Hello there and welcome to History for Lunatics. I'm so glad you're here tonight. Pull up something comfortable. Maybe a blanket, maybe a warm drink, maybe just the quiet corner of the room where you can let the day loosen its grip a little. Tonight we are going somewhere that does appear in the history books, but usually only for a few pages at a time, and almost always from the view of generals, maps, troop movements, and formal declarations. We're not going first to the battlefield. We are not beginning with the famous signatures, the speeches, the winter marches, or the paintings of men in blue coats staring bravely into the distance. We're going into a town, a real town, a working town, a place of muddy lanes, wooden houses, market stalls, church bells, taverns, wells, carts, shops, stables, kitchen gardens, and families who did not know from one week to the next which army might be closer. And tonight that town is occupied. Not attacked in a single dramatic moment and then left behind. Not burned to the ground in one terrible afternoon. Occupied, held, watched, entered, searched, ordered, lived in by soldiers who were not passing through quickly enough to ignore. That is a different kind of war. It is slower. It gets into the ordinary rooms of life. It changes when people speak and how loudly they speak. It changes what a mother says to her children before sending them down the street. It changes how much flour a baker keeps visible and how much he hides. It changes the sound of boots outside a door at night. It changes the meaning of a flag hanging over a public building. It changes the way neighbours look at one another across the road. The American Revolutionary War is often told as a story of armies. British regulars in red coats, Continental soldiers in worn uniforms, militia gathering with muskets, cavalry, cannon, ships in harbours, smoke hanging over fields, and all of that belongs to the story. It matters. But for many people who lived through that war, the revolution was not something they saw from a ridge while soldiers charged across an open field. It was something that came to the front door. It was a knock, an order, a requisition, a search, a rumour, a curfew, a demand for an oath, a soldier asleep in the spare room, a wagon taken from the yard, a cow driven away for army use, a son hiding in the woods, a husband gone with the militia, a daughter told not to speak too freely in the marketplace. The war entered their town and then stayed long enough to become part of the weather of daily life. So before we go any further, I want to ask you something simple. Where are you listening from tonight? Are you in bed with the lights low? Are you on a couch with one ear half listening while the house settles around you? Are you somewhere busy, letting history make a little room in the middle of noise? And what time is it where you are? Because that matters more than we sometimes think. A town under occupation felt different at noon than it did after sunset. In daylight a person could pretend a little. Shops opened, horses passed, women carried baskets, boys ran errands, bells rang, men stood outside taverns and tried to talk carefully. But after dark, when shutters closed and candlelight thinned behind oiled paper windows, the town became something else. The same street that felt merely tense in the afternoon could feel dangerous at night, because you could hear every step more clearly, and you never knew whether those steps would pass your door or stop in front of it. If this kind of storytelling speaks to you, if you like the quieter corners of history, the parts where ordinary people are trying to live through events that later generations turn into dates and slogans, it would mean the world to me if you subscribed and gave this video a like. You do not have to do it right now. Do it when something in the story makes you think, or when some small detail stays with you longer than you expected. And if you want to tell me where you're watching from tonight, I genuinely love reading those comments. There is something fitting about hearing from people in different towns and cities while we spend this time inside a town from the past. One where the people living there were also trying to understand what was happening beyond their own streets. Now, let us go back. Not to one single town only, because occupation during the Revolutionary War had more than one face. New York City, taken by the British in 1776, remained under British control for most of the war, and became a crowded military centre filled with soldiers, loyalist refugees, prisoners, merchants, sailors, spies, and desperate civilians. Philadelphia, the largest city in the colonies and the meeting place of Congress, was occupied by the British from the autumn of 1777 until the summer of 1778, and for the people who lived there, the war came not as a distant report but as officers in parlours, soldiers in public buildings, and supply problems in the markets. Newport in Rhode Island endured occupation as well, with its harbour, houses and people drawn into military use. Smaller towns and villages felt their own versions of it when troops arrived, when foraging parties came through, when lines shifted, when one side controlled the road this week and the other side controlled it the next. So the town we enter tonight is not meant to be one exact place on one exact day. It is built from the real conditions of towns under military occupation during the Revolutionary War, especially in the middle years of the conflict, when the excitement of the first declarations had given way to a more difficult reality. War had become routine, and routine is where history often becomes most revealing. Picture a town near a navigable river, because rivers mattered. Goods moved by water whenever possible. Armies cared about harbours, ferries, bridges, warehouses, mills, and roads. A town like this might have a few hundred people or a few thousand. It might have a main street with shops on the lower floors and families living above them. There would be a tavern, because every town needed a tavern, not only for drinking, but for news, lodging, meetings, arguments, and business. There might be one or more churches, depending on the region, a market area, a blacksmith, a cooper making barrels, a tailor, a shoemaker, a printer, if the town was large enough, a schoolmaster perhaps, a doctor if people were fortunate, though doctoring in the 1770s was not always the comfort we would hope for. There would be enslaved people in many towns, especially in the South and in cities like New York and Philadelphia, and their experience of occupation could be sharply different from that of white townspeople, because British promises of freedom to enslaved people who escaped rebel owners made the war not only a struggle over government, but a direct disruption of households, labour, fear, opportunity, and survival. There would be free black residents as well, sailors, labourers, craftsmen, servants, washerwomen, carters, and others whose movements through town placed them close to information and danger at the same time. In ordinary times, this town had its habits. People knew when the baker started work. They knew which widow took in washing. They knew which families leaned patriot and which families remained loyal to the crown, although before the shooting started, those categories could be less fixed than we imagine. They knew who bought on credit and who paid in coin. They knew which boys were careless with horses and which girls could be trusted with messages. They knew who had a cellar worth hiding something in. They knew which men spoke too loudly after 2 mugs of cider. In a small town, privacy was limited. In an occupied town, it became even smaller. The first thing occupation did was make the town visible to itself in a new and uncomfortable way. Every household became a possible resource. This house had rooms, that barn had hay, that stable could hold army horses, that wagon could move supplies, that well could water soldiers, that bake oven could produce bread, that pasture could feed animals, that church could become a storehouse or a hospital, that schoolroom could become quarters. A town that had once been a place where people lived became, in the eyes of an occupying army, a system of useful objects. Doors, beds, chimneys, grain, firewood, animals, tools, carts, boats, cellars, all of it could be counted, demanded, borrowed, purchased with paper, seized outright, or ruined by use. This is one of the parts of military occupation that is easy to miss when we read about campaigns. Armies did not float above the world. They had bodies. They needed food every day. Horses needed fodder. Soldiers needed shelter. Officers expected better shelter. Fires needed wood. Hospitals needed bedding. Wagons broke. Shoes wore out. Muskets needed repair. Men got sick. Uniforms tore. Bread went stale. Meat spoiled. And all of that need landed somewhere. Very often it landed on civilians. Now imagine living in a town where a large body of soldiers has entered and has not left. At first there may be confusion, then curiosity, then fear, then resentment, then a strange kind of adjustment. Human beings are very good at adjusting because they have to be. The first week might feel unbearable. The second week becomes a list of problems. By the third or fourth week, people begin to know the rhythms of the occupiers, when patrols pass, which officers are strict, which soldiers are likely to pay and which are likely to take, which sentries can be spoken to, which streets to avoid after dark, which shops are watched, which families are suspected, which people are too friendly with the British, which people are pretending to be friendly because it is safer, which people are passing information quietly to the other side. That is where occupation becomes morally exhausting. It does not simply tell people what side they are on. It pressures them to perform one thing while feeling another. A shopkeeper may dislike the Crown and still sell goods to British officers because his family needs money and because refusing could bring attention. A woman may have a husband serving with the Continental Army and still be required to serve tea to a British officer billeted in her house. A loyalist family may welcome the arrival of British troops at first, believing order has finally returned, only to discover that an army still eats, takes, dirties, damages and demands, even when it claims to protect you. A neutral person, and there were many people who tried to remain neutral as long as possible, may find neutrality treated as cowardice by one side and suspicion by the other. The occupied town leaves very few clean positions, and then there is the matter of speech. In a free town, people still gossip, argue, insult, and exaggerate. In an occupied town, words become objects with weight. You do not know who is listening. A servant may overhear something at table. A child may repeat a phrase in the street. A man in the tavern may be less drunk than he appears. A neighbour may report you because he truly believes you're dangerous, or because he wants your property, or because your families have disliked one another for 20 years and the war has given him a new tool. To live under occupation is to learn the discipline of stopping a sentence before it finishes itself. It is to learn how to say, "The weather has been difficult," when what you mean is, "The army has taken too much." It is to learn how to ask, "Have you heard from your cousin?" when what you mean is the militia nearby? It is to learn how to speak in layers. This is not the part of the revolution that fits easily on a schoolroom poster. It is not as clean as liberty against tyranny or rebellion against lawful authority. Inside an occupied town, the revolution becomes intimate and messy. The British Army was not made up of monsters. Many soldiers were young men far from home, tired, hungry, bored, frightened and confused by a country where roads were poor, loyalties were tangled, and civilians might smile at them in the morning and pass intelligence against them by evening. Some behaved with discipline, some behaved badly. Officers varied, policies varied. Local commanders could be cautious or harsh, practical or arrogant. The same is true of patriot forces when they entered loyalist areas or pressured civilians for supplies. But occupation by a foreign army, especially an army trying to crush a rebellion, carried a particular tension because it placed military necessity above civilian comfort and often above civilian rights. Even when rules existed, the person with the musket at the door had an advantage the householder could not ignore. For the people in the town, the war did not always announce itself with cannon. Sometimes it announced itself with paperwork, orders posted in public places, proclamations demanding loyalty, notices about curfews or trade restrictions, instructions about who could leave town and who could not, warnings against aiding rebels, requirements to surrender arms, lists of prices set by military authority, receipts issued for supplies that might or might not ever be paid in money that held its value. The paper itself mattered. A pass could allow a person to cross a line. Without it, the same walk could lead to arrest. An oath could protect property or mark a person forever in the eyes of neighbours. A signature could be survival in 1 month and evidence of betrayal in the next. Think about that for a moment. A town under occupation lived with the knowledge that the future might judge the present differently. If the British remained, cooperation might look sensible. If the Patriots returned, that same cooperation might look like treason. A man who signed an oath to the crown might tell himself he had no choice. His neighbours might remember that he signed quickly. A woman who sold eggs to soldiers might be feeding her children. Someone else might call her a collaborator. A blacksmith who repaired a British wagon might say it was repair work, nothing more. A Patriot committee might later say he aided the enemy. Occupation turns ordinary survival into evidence. And yet people still had to live. This is the part that always brings the past close. Babies were born in occupied towns. People courted. People got toothaches. Bread burned. Children disobeyed. Wells froze. Chimneys smoked. Shoes split at the sole. A woman still had to stretch a stew when more people were at the table than expected. A father still had to worry over the price of flour. A young apprentice still wanted to know what was happening at the tavern. A grandmother still remembered a time before the war and likely said so more than once. Life did not pause because history had become serious. In fact, the seriousness of history made the small tasks more urgent. Let us begin with a morning, because occupation was often felt most clearly when the town woke up. The hour before full daylight, the air cold enough that breath shows faintly, shutters opening, a pump handle creaking, someone carrying ashes out from a hearth, a dog barking at movement near the road, hooves in the mud. A sentry coughing into his sleeve, smoke lifting from chimneys, a woman stepping outside and seeing soldiers already in the street, not as a surprise anymore, but still not as a normal thing her mind has fully accepted. Their coats are visible before their faces are. Red for British regulars, though not every man in the occupying force looks the same. There may be German-speaking troops hired by Britain, often called Hessians by the colonists, even when they came from other German states. There may be loyalist provincial corps, Americans fighting for the king, which in some ways could feel more unsettling to the townspeople than British regulars, because these men knew the country, the accents, the family names, the old disputes. There may be sailors from ships in the harbour. There may be camp followers, servants, laundresses, drivers and labourers moving around the edges of the army's official presence. The town does not wake into freedom of movement. It wakes into arrangement. Who may pass? Who is stopped? Which road is open? Which gate is watched? Which building has been taken over? Which families have soldiers quartered inside? Which shop has been ordered to provide goods? Which rumour from yesterday has become more believable overnight? The day begins with questions before breakfast is even ready. A child might be the first to notice something different. Children notice what adults try not to react to. A new guard outside the storehouse. A wagon loaded before dawn. An officer riding toward the ferry. A neighbour's door marked. A prisoner marched down the street. Children in occupied towns learned the geography of power quickly. They knew where they were not supposed to go. They knew which soldiers joked with them and which ones shoved them aside. They knew how to run errands with their eyes lowered and their ears open. Adults often underestimated children, which made children useful carriers of information and also placed them in danger. Inside a house, the morning begins with calculations. How much meal is left? How much wood? Is the cow still giving milk? Can the older boy be sent out, or is there too much patrol activity? Should the shutters facing the street remain open to avoid suspicion, or closed to avoid attention? If soldiers are quartered in the house, have they risen? Will they expect breakfast? Are they allowed to use the family's fire? Did one of them take the good blanket? Did the officer say he would return? Is there a paper proving what was taken? Where is the silver spoon hidden, if the family owns one? Where are the letters from the cousin in the militia? Has anyone moved them since last night? This is the kind of fear that becomes tiring because it is made of details. It is not one great terror that arrives and ends. It is small vigilance repeated every day. A civilian in an occupied town must think before opening a door, before answering a question, before walking to market, before repeating news, before refusing a request, before accepting payment, before lighting a candle late enough that someone outside might wonder why the household is awake. The town itself changes sound. In peacetime, the main street has the noises of labour and trade. Hammering wheels, animals, voices, bells, doors, the scrape of barrels, the call of someone selling goods. Under occupation, those sounds remain, but another layer sits on top of them. Drums, commands, marching feet, the clink of equipment, horses in greater numbers, wagons moving at odd hours, men laughing outside houses where they do not belong, a language some residents do not understand, the hard knock of authority on wood. Even silence changes, because people listen into it differently. There is also smell, and this matters more than polite history often admits. An occupied town smells crowded. Soldiers bring sweat, damp wool, leather, powder, horse manure, tobacco, sickness, unwashed bedding, spilled beer, and the sour odour of men living too close together. If buildings are used as hospitals, the smell can become something townspeople remember for the rest of their lives. If horses are stabled in places not built for so many animals, the streets change. If firewood runs short, smoke changes because people burn poorer fuel. If food supplies are strained, kitchens smell thinner. Occupation is not only seen and heard, it is breathed. And over all of this hangs the central question no one can answer with certainty. How long will this last? A passing army is frightening, but a passing army has direction. An occupying army settles into the calendar. It makes people imagine weeks, months, seasons. Will they still be here at harvest? Will they still be here when the river freezes? Will they still be here when the baby comes? Will they still be here when the Continental Army returns? And what happens then? Because liberation could also bring danger. If fighting reached the town, houses could be damaged. If patriots returned angry, suspected loyalists could suffer. If the British withdrew in haste, they might destroy supplies. If they stayed, shortages might deepen. Every possible future carried trouble. This is where we will spend our time. Not with a single famous commander looking over a battlefield, but with the people who had to live inside the consequences of command. We will walk the street when soldiers first arrive. We will enter the house that has to make room for strangers. We will stand in the marketplace where prices, rumours, hunger and politics meet in the open air. We will sit at the family table where every serving of food reveals pressure from outside. We will listen at the tavern where news travels faster than truth. We will look at the church, the oath, the prison room, the schoolroom, the doorway, the cellar, the occupied night. We will meet people whose choices are not always noble, not always shameful, often simply human. And to begin properly, we need to return to the road just outside town before the occupation has settled into routine, before people have learned which officer is which, before the children know where not to stand, before the market has adjusted its prices, before the first household has hidden its valuables badly and regretted it. We need to stand with the townspeople on the morning when the first long line of soldiers appears beyond the last houses, when someone hears the drums before seeing the men, and the entire town understands in the same instant that the war is no longer somewhere else. The first warning was not always a gunshot. Sometimes it was a boy running from the edge of town with his face pale and his breath gone. Sometimes it was a rider coming too fast over a bad road, shouting before anyone could understand the words. Sometimes it was the low roll of drums, faint at first, easy to mistake for thunder if the sky was heavy, until the rhythm became too steady to belong to weather. And sometimes the warning was even quieter than that. A farmer on the road had already seen the column. A ferryman had already been ordered aside. A woman drawing water had noticed dust rising beyond the last fields. One person knew, then 3, then 10, and within minutes the whole town began to feel it before it could fully explain it. Soldiers were coming, not passing somewhere far beyond the tree line, not rumoured to be in the next county, coming down the road toward the town itself. It is important to slow down here because the arrival of an army was not one single image. Not the tidy scene that later paintings often give us, with neat ranks, clean uniforms, flags moving in a breeze, and townspeople watching as though history had arranged itself for them. In reality, the first approach of soldiers was confusing. People heard things before they saw them. A drum beat, harness chains, wagon wheels striking stones, the creak of axles, men coughing, officers calling out, the dull, repeated sound of hundreds of feet moving over the same road. Then came the dust if the weather was dry, or the churned mud if it had rained recently, and then the first shapes, a mounted officer, a scout, a few men ahead of the main body, perhaps a guide who knew the local roads and was pretending not to notice the way people looked at him. The town did not know immediately what kind of day it was going to be. That uncertainty mattered. Were these British regulars sent to occupy the place formally? Were they only a foraging party looking for cattle, flour and hay? Were they loyalist troops from the region, men who might recognise local faces and old grudges? Were they German auxiliaries in British service, strange to many colonists because of their language, their uniforms, their discipline, and the stories that had travelled ahead of them? Were they tired men trying only to reach quarters, or angry men entering a town they believed had aided rebellion? A civilian watching from a doorway had to begin making judgments before the soldiers were close enough to read clearly. And that is what I want you to notice first. The occupied town begins in observation. Everyone watches everyone. The townspeople watch the road. The soldiers watch the windows. Officers watch the tavern, the church, the storehouse, the bridge, the mill, the wharf, the houses that look large enough to quarter men. Children watch because children always watch. Enslaved people and servants watch from yards, kitchens, alleys and back doors, often seeing things their owners missed because they moved through spaces that joined households together. The elderly watch from behind shutters and know enough from past wars, raids, alarms and family stories not to trust any army completely. Before a word is exchanged, the town and the army are studying one another. Imagine standing near the main road on that morning. The road is not a broad paved avenue. It is dirt rutted by wagon wheels, uneven, sometimes edged by weeds and fences, sometimes narrowed by houses standing close to it. If the town is large, there may be a more formal street near the centre, but outside the central area the road still belongs to animals, carts, mud and weather. The people who live here know every bad patch. They know where water gathers after rain. They know where a cart can tip if the driver is careless. The soldiers do not know it yet unless they have local guides. So the column comes in with effort, not elegance. Men step around holes. Horses pull against traces. Wagons lurch. A driver curses. A sergeant snaps at someone to close the gap. A drummer boy, perhaps not much older than 12 or 13, keeps his rhythm because the army depends on rhythm to turn many tired bodies into one moving machine. The uniforms are the first thing many townspeople remember. Red coats, if they are British regulars, though campaign wear quickly made any uniform less grand than people imagine. Coats faded, facings dulled, breeches stained, shoes wore out, soldiers patched clothing as they could. A regiment that had marched hard and lived in the field did not look like a parade. Their muskets and bayonets still mattered more than their polish. Metal caught the light in small flashes. Cartridge boxes hung at their sides. Bedrolls and packs changed their posture. Some looked straight ahead. Some looked at the houses. Some grinned at the watching children. Some stared with the blank face of men too tired to care who was afraid of them. For a town that had never hosted a large body of troops before, the numbers could be difficult to take in. 100 soldiers was already disruptive. Several hundred could overwhelm the ordinary movement of the streets. 1,000 could change the town in an hour. People often talk about armies as if they are only fighting forces, but to the people in the town they were also mouths, boots, horses, wagons, fires, blankets, weapons, waste, sickness, noise and command. An army brought its own needs and then looked around for ways to satisfy them. If the town had bread, the army needed bread. If the town had hay, the army needed hay. If the town had houses, the army needed rooms. If the town had barns, the army needed storage. If the town had a doctor, the army might need him. If the town had young men of military age, the army wanted to know where they were. This is why the first sight of soldiers did not produce one simple reaction. Some people were frightened, some were relieved, some were angry, some were curious in spite of themselves. Loyalists in the town might feel a guarded satisfaction, especially if they had been under pressure from patriot committees or neighbours. A family that had remained loyal to the king might see the soldiers as protection, at least at first. A patriot household might feel its stomach drop. A neutral household might feel the familiar resentment of people who had tried to stay out of politics and now found politics marching directly toward their door. Merchants might think immediately of their goods. Farmers might think of their animals. Mothers might think of sons who should not be seen. Enslaved people might think very differently depending on where they lived, who claimed ownership over them, and whether British lines offered any real chance of escape or only a different danger. No one had the luxury of reacting only as a citizen. They reacted as householders. This was one of the hard truths of the war. Public allegiance mattered, but private survival pressed harder in the first minutes. A woman might strongly support independence and still hurry to hide the good pewter before soldiers entered the street. A loyalist might welcome the British and still move his horses away from the obvious stable. A man might talk bravely about liberty at the tavern and then tremble when an officer asked for his name. A town's political life was made up of speeches and printed arguments, but occupation entered through doors, cupboards, barns and cellars. As the column reached the first houses, the town would begin to divide itself physically. People who had been standing in open view stepped back. Shutters moved. Doors closed, then opened again a crack because no one could bear not looking. Shopkeepers faced a difficult choice. Closing too quickly looked hostile or suspicious. Remaining open meant soldiers might enter and demand goods. Tavern keepers had no real choice at all. Soldiers always found the tavern. Officers wanted information, drink, lodging, and a central place from which to understand the town. Ordinary soldiers wanted beer, cider, food, warmth, and distraction. The tavern was where news lived, and every army wanted news. The first formal act might be a proclamation. It could be read in the marketplace, posted on a wall, delivered to leading men, or announced from the steps of a public building. The wording would depend on the place and the moment, but the meaning was clear enough. The army now had authority here. Residents were expected to remain peaceful. Arms might be surrendered. Rebels might be warned. Those who aided the enemy would be punished. Those who behaved properly would be protected. Supplies might be purchased or requisitioned. Certain roads might be restricted. Curfew might be established. The language of military order often tried to sound calm and lawful, but people heard the force underneath it. A notice on paper meant little without soldiers to enforce it. These soldiers were standing right there. If the town had local officials, they now entered a dangerous performance. The constable, magistrates, church elders, prominent merchants and property owners might be summoned. They had to speak with the occupying officers. They had to appear cooperative enough to protect the town from harsher treatment, but not so cooperative that their neighbours would later accuse them of betrayal. Some were sincere loyalists, some were quiet patriots trying not to be arrested. Some were practical men who understood that someone had to negotiate over bread, quarters, firewood, and the use of buildings before soldiers simply took what they wanted. Public responsibility in an occupied town could look like compromise from the outside and feel like humiliation from the inside. The officer in command had his own problem. He needed to control the town quickly. Delay was dangerous. Disorder could spread. Soldiers could loot. Civilians could hide supplies. Militia could gather outside town. Messengers could slip away. A bridge could be damaged. A storehouse could be emptied before guards reached it. So the first hours were often filled with movement that seemed harsh to civilians, because speed mattered to the army. Guards were placed. Roads were watched. Public buildings were entered. A headquarters was chosen. A list of available quarters might be demanded. The town's leading men might be ordered to provide inventories of flour, forage, cattle, wagons, and usable rooms. If the town had a printing office, the press might be watched or shut down. If there was a ferry or wharf, soldiers went there quickly. If there was a powder store, it became one of the first concerns. For ordinary residents, the most frightening part was not always violence. It was being required to answer questions. What is your name? Who lives here? Are there weapons in the house? Where is your husband? How many horses do you own? How much flour is stored here? Has any militia passed this way? Who is the owner of that wagon? Where is the key to the church? Who keeps the town records? Which road leads to the mill? People understood that a bad answer could matter. A truthful answer could harm a neighbour. A false answer could bring punishment. Silence could be taken as defiance. Too much eagerness could be remembered later. Think of a household near the centre of town. The family has heard the approach and has had perhaps 20 minutes to prepare, maybe less. That is not enough time to truly secure anything, only enough time to make hurried decisions. A mother sends a younger child to the back room with a small bundle of papers. Not the obvious valuables, perhaps, but letters, names, something that could be dangerous if read. The father, if he is there, checks whether a musket is visible. If he has already hidden it, he tries to remember whether the hiding place is too clever or not clever enough. The oldest daughter takes silver spoons, if the family owns any, and wraps them in cloth. Someone moves a sack of meal behind a barrel, not because it will fool a determined search, but because people under stress do what little they can. A servant watches all of this and understands the household's fear, while also thinking carefully about what the arrival of British troops might mean for her own situation. The smallest child asks whether the soldiers are going to stay. No one answers directly. Then the soldiers are in front of the house. A knock from soldiers is not like an ordinary knock. It does not ask in the same way. Even when polite, it carries the expectation of entry. Perhaps an officer stands there with a paper, perhaps a sergeant with 2 men. Perhaps they only ask questions this first morning. Perhaps they step in at once. The family's room, which yesterday contained only family life, becomes visible to military eyes. The hearth, the chairs, the bedding, the loft, the cupboard, the smell of breakfast, the number of children, the absence of a man who should be there, the presence of a man who looks nervous. The officer may be civil, he may remove his hat, he may explain that troops require quarters and that compensation will be arranged, or he may not explain much at all. Either way, the family understands that their house is being considered. This moment is difficult for us to fully feel because modern homes are built around the idea of privacy. We expect to decide who enters. We expect the bedroom to be private, the kitchen to be ours, the table to belong to the family. 18th century households had less privacy than we do, but that does not mean they had none. The home still had boundaries. Occupation pushed through them. Even before a soldier slept on the floor or an officer took the front room, the possibility of it changed the house. People began to look at their own rooms as an army would look at them. How many men could fit here? How close is this to the street? Is there a separate entrance? Is the chimney sound? Is there room for an officer's baggage? Can horses be kept in the yard? What can be hidden? What cannot be hidden? A family's home became a military asset while they were still standing inside it. Out in the street, children gathered where they could until adults pulled them back. It would be wrong to imagine them only as frightened. Some were fascinated. Soldiers were interesting. Drums were interesting. Horses were interesting. Uniforms, weapons, accents, wagons, flags, all of it broke the routine of town life. A boy might stare at a bayonet with the kind of attention adults found alarming. A girl might notice which soldiers looked tired and which looked cruel. Children learned quickly that adults were afraid even when adults tried to speak normally. That lesson could be more frightening than the soldiers themselves. When a mother who usually scolded sharply now whispered, the child understood something had changed. The animals understood change in their own way. Horses in town tossed their heads at the smell and sound of army horses. Dogs barked until beaten quiet or dragged indoors. Chickens scattered from the road. Cows lowed from yards and fields, and more than one farmer watching troops arrive would have wondered whether those cows would still belong to him by nightfall. Armies needed fresh meat, milk, draft animals, and transport. A cow was not just a cow. It was milk for children, butter for sale, breeding value, a form of stored wealth. A horse could be the difference between planting and failing to plant, between moving goods and losing trade. To an army officer, taking an animal might be a logistical necessity. To a family, it could be a season ruined. The market area became the town's nervous system. Even if formal trade paused, people drifted there because information gathered there. Who has arrived? How many? From where? Did they fight recently? Are the Continentals near? Has Congress fled? Did the militia fire on them outside town? Are they searching houses? Did they arrest anyone? Are the loyalists smiling? Has the baker been ordered to supply bread? Is the mill guarded? Is the bridge closed? Every answer produced more questions. Rumour did not wait for proof. It moved because people needed something to hold on to. In an occupied town, a false rumour could change behaviour as powerfully as a true one. If people believed soldiers were about to search for hidden arms, arms moved. If people believed a general pardon would be offered, some considered taking it. If people believed rebels were nearby, patriots grew bolder and loyalists grew nervous. If people believed the British intended to stay all winter, the price of firewood changed before any official order mentioned it. The first day also revealed who was willing to be seen with whom. This mattered. A known loyalist might step into the street more confidently and speak to an officer. Neighbours watched. A merchant might bow too deeply. Neighbours watched. A patriot wife might keep her face blank while soldiers passed. Neighbours watched. Someone might cheer, perhaps sincerely, perhaps for safety, perhaps because silence felt dangerous. Others remembered the cheer. Occupation made witnesses of everyone. There was no private expression when the street was full of eyes. For enslaved people in occupied towns and nearby farms, the arrival of British forces could open a dangerous and complicated possibility. Since Lord Dunmore's proclamation in Virginia in 1775, and later broader British policies, enslaved people owned by rebels sometimes saw British lines as a path toward freedom. This did not mean the British Army was an army of emancipation in the modern sense, and it did not mean safety was guaranteed. Disease, betrayal, recapture, military labour, displacement, and uncertainty followed many who fled. But in the mind of an enslaved man or woman watching troops enter a town, the meaning of occupation could be entirely different from the meaning assigned by the white household. The same red coat that represented invasion to a patriot property owner might represent a possible opening to someone held in bondage by that owner. That tension sat inside many occupied places, often unspoken at the table, but understood in kitchens, stables, yards, and whispered conversations after dark. Free black residents also had to read the moment carefully. Some found work with armies, some were suspected by both sides. Some used their mobility and knowledge of streets, docks, and households to pass information. Some tried simply to keep families safe in a world where military occupation could make existing racial dangers worse. A town under occupation did not erase the older hierarchies of colonial society. It placed military power on top of them, sometimes reinforcing them, sometimes cracking them open in unpredictable ways. By midday, the town that woke to alarm had begun to operate under instructions. Guards stood where there had been none. A headquarters had been chosen. Officers came and went. Soldiers leaned against walls, filled canteens, entered shops, led horses, unloaded wagons. Women tried to continue errands without appearing either frightened or defiant. Men who had spoken boldly in private now measured every public sentence. Children were told to come inside and then sent out again because water still had to be fetched, bread still had to be bought, and messages still had to move. The day did not stop just because power had changed hands. There is a detail I want you to sit with because it explains why the first day of occupation could feel so strange. Much of it looked almost ordinary from a distance. Smoke rose from chimneys. People walked with baskets. Bells might still ring. A blacksmith might still hammer. A woman might still bargain over onions. A cart might still unload barrels. But every ordinary action now had a second meaning. Buying extra flour might look like hoarding. Speaking to a soldier might look like loyalty. Refusing to speak might look like rebellion. Leaving town might look like carrying intelligence. Staying home might look like hiding something. Ordinary life had not vanished. It had become risky. As afternoon moved on, the army's needs became more specific. A list of houses suitable for officers, a demand for rooms, a request that was not truly a request for firewood, candles, bedding, forage and food, public buildings assigned for military use, perhaps the church, perhaps the schoolhouse, perhaps a warehouse by the river. If there were wounded or sick men, a hospital space had to be found. If prisoners had been brought in, some secure room was needed. If supplies came with the column, they had to be guarded. If supplies did not come, the town had to provide. This was when the first anger often deepened. Fear could be managed for a few hours. Practical loss was harder. A man might accept that soldiers must pass through. He might even accept guards and proclamations. But when hay he had cut and stacked for his own animals was taken for army horses, the war became personal. When flour stored for winter was requisitioned, the war entered the stomach. When a family's spare room was assigned to strangers, the war entered sleep. When an officer's horse was stabled in a shed built by a grandfather, the war entered memory. People can endure large political changes in theory. They resent the hand that takes a blanket from a child's bed. And yet, not every encounter was hostile. That is another truth worth keeping. Some soldiers paid fairly when they could. Some officers tried to maintain discipline. Some civilians found individual soldiers polite, even kind, while still hating the occupation. A British private might carve a toy for a child in the same town where another soldier stole apples from a cellar. A German-speaking soldier might help mend a broken fence because he had grown up on a farm and understood the work. An officer might protect a household from looting one day and order supplies seized the next. Occupation was not made of one mood. It was made of repeated contact between people trapped in unequal positions. Toward evening, the town faced its first occupied night. That was when the arrival became real in a different way. Daylight allowed movement, explanation, adjustment. Darkness reduced everything to sound and imagination. If soldiers were quartered nearby, families heard them settling in, laughing, coughing, arguing, shifting equipment, dragging furniture, asking for more wood, stepping outside to relieve themselves, calling to sentries. If patrols were established, boots passed at intervals. If curfew was ordered, the streets emptied early. If no formal curfew existed, sensible people still limited their movement. A candle burning late in the wrong window could attract attention. A door opening after dark could be questioned. A horse moving in a lane might mean theft, escape, patrol, or nothing at all, and the listener in bed had no way to know. Inside one house near the road, the family tries to eat. The meal is smaller than usual because appetite has been damaged by the day. The father speaks less. The mother listens more. The children are warned again not to repeat anything they hear at home. If soldiers have not yet been placed in the house, the family knows they may still come tomorrow. If soldiers have been placed there, the family's table is no longer fully private. Even when the strangers are in another room, their presence changes the way a spoon is set down, the way a cupboard is opened, the way a name is spoken. The war has entered the walls. This is the point at which many people discovered that occupation was not a single event but a condition. The morning had brought the shock of arrival. The rest of a life would bring the pressure of staying. On that first night, some townspeople may have still believed the soldiers would leave soon. Armies moved, campaigns shifted. Maybe this would last days, not months. Maybe the Continental Army was nearer than anyone knew. Maybe the British only needed supplies. Maybe the town would be spared the worst. People comfort themselves with maybes because the alternative is to lie awake with no protection against thought. But while civilians whispered in houses and soldiers took their posts, the machinery of occupation was already beginning to settle. Headquarters had candles burning late. Officers studied maps or local information. Lists were made, names were gathered, buildings were assigned. Tomorrow there would be more orders. Tomorrow the army would need bread in larger quantities. Tomorrow a household that had escaped detention today might receive a knock. Tomorrow the market would open under different eyes. Tomorrow the tavern would be full of men choosing their words carefully. And tomorrow, in one of those houses that had watched the soldiers come down the road, a family would be told that room must be made for strangers. By the next morning, the town had learned something that no proclamation had needed to say out loud. An army did not occupy only streets, warehouses, taverns and public buildings. It occupied rooms, it occupied hearths, it occupied stairways, doorways, barns, yards, and the narrow spaces where a family once moved without thinking. The soldiers who had come down the road were not going to remain outside in neat lines like figures in a painting. They needed places to sleep. Officers needed places to write orders, receive visitors, eat meals, store baggage, and appear to be in command. Horses needed stables, servants and orderlies needed corners, wounded men needed beds, guards needed shelter from rain. And suddenly the most private sentence a family could say, "This is our home," had to answer a harder question. How much of it was still theirs? The knock might come early, not always violently. That is one of the details that makes the scene more uncomfortable rather than less. It did not have to begin with a door being kicked open or a musket shoved forward. Sometimes it began with an officer standing politely at the threshold, hat under his arm, boots muddy from the street, a paper in his hand, explaining in a controlled voice that quarters were required. Behind him might stand a sergeant, and behind the sergeant 2 or 3 soldiers waiting with the blank patience of men who are used to being disliked. The officer might apologise, he might not. He might ask how many rooms the house contained, though the question already carried its own answer. He might mention that compensation would be arranged. He might point out that the army had authority. He might be careful, even courteous, because discipline mattered, and because officers often saw themselves as gentlemen. But courtesy did not change the fact that the family inside the house was being told to make room for strangers. Before the war, arguments over quartering had already helped poison the relationship between Britain and the colonies. The Quartering Act of 1765 required colonial authorities to provide housing and supplies for British troops, usually in barracks, inns, taverns, livery stables, alehouses, barns and other buildings when barracks were insufficient. Later measures and wartime necessity widened the sense among colonists that soldiers could be placed too close to civilian life, supported at civilian expense, and protected by power that ordinary people could not easily resist. It is worth being precise here because the popular memory of redcoats simply forcing themselves into every private home before the Revolution is not the whole story. Laws on paper were specific. Local practice varied. But once war came, and especially once a town was under military occupation, paper limits mattered less than the hard reality that an army had arrived with immediate needs. If barracks were lacking, if public buildings were full, if officers wanted decent rooms, if abandoned patriot houses stood empty, if a family was suspected or powerless or merely unlucky, then domestic space could be drawn into military use with frightening speed. For the family at the door, none of that legal history offered much comfort. What mattered was the room behind them. Perhaps this was a modest house, 2 rooms below and a loft above, with a lean-to kitchen or a small back chamber. Perhaps it belonged to a tradesman, a cooper or printer or tailor, and the lower room was also a workplace. Perhaps the family lived above a shop, with goods stacked in corners and apprentices sleeping under the eaves. Perhaps it was a larger house owned by a prosperous merchant, the kind of house an officer noticed immediately because it had space, furniture, glass windows, a proper parlour, maybe even carpets or a clock. The larger the house, the more likely it was to be claimed. Comfort attracted command. Imagine a woman standing in the doorway while an officer looks past her shoulder into the room. That glance alone would feel like a trespass. He sees the table where her children eat. He sees the hearth she has tended since before dawn. He sees bedding folded near the wall, a cradle perhaps, a spinning wheel, a cupboard, a Bible, pewter plates, a chair that belonged to her mother, a pair of stockings laid over a stool waiting to be mended. To him, the house is shelter. To her, every object has a history of labour attached to it. That chair was not simply a chair. It had been saved for, carried, repaired, wiped clean, shifted closer to the fire in winter. The blanket was not simply bedding. Someone had spun, or woven, purchased, inherited, or patched it. The room was a record of household effort. Occupation translated that effort into usable space. The first negotiation was usually over who would come inside. Officers were different from ordinary soldiers. They expected better treatment, and many occupying forces preferred to quarter officers in private houses, while common soldiers crowded into barracks, public buildings, barns, or makeshift quarters. An officer in the front room was not the same as 6 privates on the floor, but both changed the household. An officer brought status and sometimes restraint. He might insist on being served at certain hours. He might expect a separate fire, candles, clean linen, storage for trunks, and room for a servant. He might be polite to the children and still occupy the best chamber. He might pay for provisions and still make the house feel watched. Ordinary soldiers might be rougher, louder, more crowded, more likely to damage property simply by living heavily in a space not meant for them. A family could fear both in different ways. If the householder protested, he had to choose his words carefully. Too much resistance could be called defiance. Too little could look like consent. A man might say that his wife was ill, that the children had fever, that there was no spare room, that another house was larger, that he had already provided hay, that his family could not manage strangers under the roof. Sometimes such arguments worked, especially if the officer wished to avoid unnecessary trouble, or if the household had influence. Sometimes they did not. Military need had a way of making civilian reason sound small. The officer might say he was sorry and then order the men in anyway. Now notice what happens in the first few minutes after that decision. The family does not simply lose space, it loses arrangement. A chest has to be moved. Bedding has to be surrendered or relocated. Children are told to gather their things. A room that held the household's private disorder has to be made presentable to strangers at once. A girl grabs a shift from a peg because she does not want soldiers seeing it. A mother takes letters from a drawer and pushes them into the pocket of her apron. A boy is sent to the loft to move blankets, but he moves too slowly because he is staring down through the floorboards. The father tries to remain calm and gives instructions in a voice meant to sound firm. The youngest child begins to cry, not because he understands quartering, but because everyone else is moving with fear. The soldiers entering the house bring the outside with them. Mud on boots, damp wool, leather straps, tobacco, sweat, powder, cold air. Their packs thump against furniture. A musket leans where no weapon belonging to the family has ever stood openly. A bayonet flashes too close to the cupboard. One man ducks under a beam and laughs. Another complains about the smell of the hearth smoke. Another looks around with curiosity, not cruelty, just curiosity. And that may feel almost worse because the family does not want to be studied. If the soldiers speak with accents from Britain, Ireland, Scotland, or the German states, the sound of the house changes immediately. A room that had its own familiar voices now contains speech that does not belong to it. There is a practical issue that comes almost at once. Fire. Who has the right to use it? In an 18th century house, the hearth was not decoration. It was heat, cooking, light, and survival. If soldiers are quartered in the house, they need warmth. They may want to dry clothes. They may ask for food heated, water boiled, meat cooked, shoes warmed, or blankets aired. Every extra body near the fire changes the household's economy. More wood is burned, more ash gathers. More smoke fills the room when damp fuel is thrown on too quickly. If an officer has his own room with a fireplace, the demand doubles. The family may be compensated in theory, but wood is not theory. Wood is a stack that shrinks. Wood is labour already spent and labour that must be spent again. Candles raise the same problem. A soldier who wants light after dark may think of a candle as a small thing. The woman who made or purchased those candles knows better. One candle can represent saved fat, a day of rendering, repeated dipping, careful storage, and the calculation of how many dark evenings remain before spring. An officer writing dispatches late into the night may burn through the household supply with the calm entitlement of a man doing official work. The family watching the flames shorten understands that official work is consuming their winter. Food is even more delicate. An army might provide rations to its men, but that did not prevent pressure on civilian kitchens. Officers might purchase meals or expect them. Soldiers might ask, bargain, steal, or be given food because refusing felt dangerous. A woman who had planned a pot of porridge for her own family now faced extra mouths near the hearth. Even when she was not required to feed the soldiers formally, their presence changed the act of cooking. It is difficult to prepare food normally while armed men sit within reach of the table. The smell of frying pork becomes risky. Bread cooling on a board becomes visible. A hidden store of flour may be betrayed by the simple fact that the family is eating better than it claims it can. There is something quietly humiliating about being watched while managing scarcity. The household economy of the 18th century depended on careful withholding. Not dishonesty exactly, but prudence. A good housewife knew what to bring out and what to save, what could be stretched, what must be kept for sickness, what belonged to tomorrow, what belonged to winter, what could not be touched because there was no replacement. Occupation made that private intelligence vulnerable. A stranger in the room might see too much. He might notice that the cupboard is not as empty as the family said. He might notice where the key is kept. He might notice which barrel is avoided. He might mention it later. The bedroom, if the house had one, carried another kind of invasion. Many ordinary families did not have bedrooms in the modern sense. Sleeping spaces were shared, flexible, and crowded. Children slept in lofts, servants in corners, apprentices near workshops, adults in bedsteads curtained for warmth and privacy. A bedstead with curtains was one of the most valuable objects in many homes, and not merely because it was comfortable. It created a small enclosed world inside a crowded house. To have that space entered, assigned, searched, or used by others was deeply unsettling. If an officer was placed in the best chamber, the family might move into the common room. If soldiers took the loft, children might sleep near the hearth. If bedding was requisitioned for sick men, a family might lose warmth as well as privacy. Women bore much of the daily strain of this intrusion. Men might negotiate with officers, sign receipts, protest seizures, or speak in public. But women often remained inside the house with the soldiers. They cooked, cleaned, guarded children, watched supplies, managed laundry, and endured the constant presence of unfamiliar men. This could be merely uncomfortable, or it could be dangerous. Military discipline did not erase the vulnerability of women in occupied places. Respectable officers worried about disorder partly because abuse by soldiers could inflame civilian hostility, but rules did not guarantee safety. A woman had to measure distance, tone, eye contact, and timing. She had to decide whether to be cold, polite, invisible, firm, or accommodating, often changing by the hour depending on who was in the room. For daughters and servant girls, the occupation of the house brought a new kind of supervision. They might be told not to go alone to the well, not to linger near the yard, not to answer soldiers' questions, not to smile too readily, but also not to insult anyone, not to carry letters in obvious places, not to repeat family opinions. A girl old enough to understand danger but young enough to resent confinement might find the house suddenly unbearable. Soldiers could be frightening, but they could also be fascinating, and that combination terrified parents. Many soldiers were young, some were charming, some had money to spend, some were lonely, some were predatory. A household forced to make room for strangers had to guard not only its property but its reputation, and in the 18th century a young woman's reputation could be damaged by rumour alone. Children adapted in strange ways. A small boy might become attached to a soldier who showed him how to polish a buckle or let him touch a drum. A little girl might hide whenever boots sounded in the entry. Older children learned to listen. They heard names, destinations, complaints about rations, guesses about troop movements, anger at officers, rumours from other towns. Adults might try to keep children away from such talk, but crowded houses made separation difficult. In some occupied places, children became informal messengers precisely because soldiers did not take them seriously enough. A boy sent to buy onions could carry a sentence across town. A girl bringing laundry could notice which officers were meeting. This did not make childhood adventurous in any simple sense. It made childhood less protected. Servants and enslaved people lived the occupation of a house from another angle again. In many households, they were the ones carrying water to soldiers, washing linen, cleaning mud, tending fires, and moving through rooms where free family members might not wish to go. Their labour absorbed the presence of the army. At the same time, soldiers brought new information and possible openings. An enslaved man might hear that British lines elsewhere had accepted runaways. An enslaved woman might weigh whether the chaos of occupation made escape more possible or more dangerous. A servant might resent the family's fear because it increased her own work while offering her no more protection. The house under occupation was not one household experience. It was several experiences stacked under one roof, divided by rank, gender, age, race, and legal status. Then there was the question of property damage. The slow kind that did not always look dramatic enough to be remembered in military reports. A soldier sits on a chair not built for his weight and cracks it. A trunk is dragged across a floor and gouges the boards. Wet boots rot a mat. A musket knocks plaster from a wall. Sparks from a carelessly tended fire mark the hearths around. Blankets take on fleas. Straw bedding brought in for soldiers leaves dust and insects. A chamber pot is missed in the dark. A door latch breaks from repeated use. A family's house can be harmed not by malice but by occupation itself, by too many bodies using too few things without love for them. Receipts were supposed to help. An officer might issue a paper noting that wood, hay, candles, food, bedding, or a room had been taken for military use. That paper could be kept carefully in a drawer, folded and refolded, shown later in hopes of compensation. But a receipt is a promise made by a system, and systems are not always present when repayment is needed. Currencies shifted in value, authorities changed, armies moved, records were lost. A family might hold paper for months or years and receive little or nothing. Even when payment came, it might not replace the exact thing lost. Money paid later did not warm the child who slept cold tonight, because a blanket had gone to an officer's servant. One of the most difficult parts of quartering was that it created forced intimacy without trust. People heard one another living. A soldier heard a husband and wife whispering after dark. A family heard soldiers cursing, joking, praying, snoring, weeping, or talking about home. A mother might learn that the young man sleeping near her hearth had a mother in Yorkshire, or Hesse or Cork who worried about him. That knowledge could soften hatred in small moments, but it could also make the situation more painful because sympathy did not restore privacy. The soldier might be human, homesick and polite. He was still there because an army had power over the house. Sometimes the strangers brought the war in more directly. A wounded soldier might be placed in a room because the hospitals were full. Then the household had to live with groaning, blood, fever, and the smell of dirty bandages. Military medicine in the Revolutionary era was rough, limited and often overwhelmed. Wounds festered. Camp diseases spread quickly. Smallpox, dysentery, typhus, and other illnesses terrified civilians with good reason. A family forced to host sick men could fear not only inconvenience but infection. If a child developed fever afterward, the occupation of the house would be remembered in the body. The presence of soldiers also disrupted religious and moral order. Many households began and ended the day with prayer. What happened when strangers were in the room? Did the father pray aloud as usual, including words that hinted at patriot sympathies? Did he soften the prayer? Did he omit politics entirely? If a British officer stood respectfully, did that make the prayer easier or stranger? If soldiers laughed, whispered, or ignored it, the family felt insulted in the most intimate part of its routine. A house was not just shelter. It was a small moral world. Quartering forced another moral world into it, one governed by rank, orders, and military necessity. There is a temptation to imagine that occupied households were united in resentment. Many were, but not all in the same way. In a loyalist house, the first arrival of British officers could bring pride. Perhaps the family had been mocked or threatened by patriot neighbours. Perhaps they had hidden their loyalty for months. Now the king's men were at the table. The father might bring out better glasses. The mother might prepare the parlour with anxious dignity. The daughters might be warned to behave properly because officers were gentlemen. Yet even in loyalist homes the glow could fade. Hospitality chosen is one thing. Hospitality required is another. Officers might overstay. Soldiers might damage property. Promised protection might prove weak. A loyalist could discover that the army he supported still consumed his wood, his food, his privacy, and his patience. In patriot households, every gesture carried danger. A wife whose husband was with the militia might claim he was away on business. If soldiers searched the house, letters had to be hidden well. If an officer asked political questions at table, answers had to be careful. The children had to be trained quickly. Do not say where father is. Do not mention uncle's visit. Do not talk about the men who came by the back road. Do not repeat what you heard your mother say. A household could survive one careless adult better than one careless child, because children were believed innocent enough to speak truth without understanding consequence. Occupation made parents fear their children's honesty. Night in a quartered house deserves its own attention. During the day, activity offers cover. People move, cook, fetch, sweep, negotiate, complain, adjust. At night, everyone becomes aware of bodies in the dark. The family lies in changed places because soldiers have taken the usual room. Someone coughs near the hearth. A boot drops. A man turns over on straw. A sentry outside stamps his feet against cold. The officer in the chamber moves a chair. A candle burns longer than the household would have allowed. The mother stays awake, listening for the children, for the door, for whispers, for the scrape of a latch. The father, if present, feels the humiliation of being unable to restore the house to itself. The children pretend to sleep because they sense that waking would add to the burden. The next morning the house smells different. More bodies have slept there. The fire has burned differently. The floor is dirtier. Someone must clean. This is one of the plainest facts and one of the easiest to overlook. Occupation created work, not symbolic work. Actual work with hands and backs. More sweeping, more washing, more cooking, more carrying, more mending, more watching. The labour fell heavily on women, servants, enslaved people, and children. A military order might be written in a few lines, but those few lines became hours of domestic labour inside the house. And over time, if the occupation lasted, families developed small strategies. The best linens disappeared into places soldiers would not easily check. Food was divided between visible and hidden stores. Children learned which questions to answer stupidly and which not to answer at all. A cracked cup was offered before a good one. A smoky corner was suggested as suitable for storage. A family might exaggerate sickness to avoid additional men. A woman might cultivate a reputation for sharp temper because it made soldiers keep distance. Another might use politeness as a shield. A servant might carry news between houses under cover of errands. Life under quartering was not passive. It was a daily practice of resistance, accommodation, concealment, and endurance. Still, no strategy restored the old feeling of the house. Once strangers had slept there under military authority, the family knew the door was not the boundary it used to be. That knowledge remained even if the soldiers left after one night. The room might be swept, the bedding aired, the chair repaired, the hearth cleaned, but something had shifted. The family had learned how quickly public war could claim private space. They had learned that a home could be entered not because the family invited anyone, not because they had done wrong in any ordinary sense, but because an army needed room. This is why the house that had to make room for strangers sits at the centre of life in an occupied town. The street may show the power of soldiers, the marketplace may show the pressure on food and trade, the tavern may show rumour and politics, but the house shows occupation at its most personal. It shows the war reaching the cradle, the cupboard, the hearth, the bed, the whispered instruction to a child. It shows how military history, which can sound grand from a distance, was often experienced as a stranger using your chair, warming himself at your fire, looking at the food you hoped would last the week, and sleeping under your roof while you lay awake measuring every sound. By the time the family begins to understand this new arrangement, the town outside has already changed again. The presence of soldiers in houses affects everything beyond those houses. It changes what appears in the market, because families with quartered men need more and have less. It changes prices, because the army buys, takes, or competes. It changes gossip, because servants and children carry stories from rooms where officers talk. It changes suspicion, because one household seems too comfortable with its guests, while another seems too openly resentful. It changes hunger, because every extra mouth must be fed by someone, somewhere. And so, after the first night of strangers under the roof, the family steps back into the street with baskets, coins, rumours and tired eyes, moving toward the marketplace, where every loaf of bread, every whispered sentence and every glance across a stall now carries the weight of occupation. The marketplace was where the town tried to pretend it was still itself. That was the strange thing about it. After soldiers had entered the streets, after officers had taken rooms, after guards had appeared near the bridge and public buildings, after families had begun sleeping more lightly than before, the market still opened. Not always as fully as it once had. Not with the same easy noise, not with the same trust. But it opened because people had to eat, and animals had to be fed, and candles had to be bought, and shoes had to be repaired, and a town could not stop needing things simply because an army had arrived. So the morning after quartering began, women came out with baskets, men came with carts if they still had carts. Children were sent on errands with instructions repeated 3 times before they left the door. Apprentices carried messages that were not only messages. Servants moved between houses with jugs, parcels, laundry, and news. Farmers from outside town approached more cautiously than usual, looking first for sentries, then for familiar faces, then for signs of whether selling food in town that day would be profitable, dangerous, or both. The marketplace had always been a place of exchange. Under occupation, it became a place where every exchange had a second meaning. You could see the change before you heard it. In a normal week, market stalls had a kind of rough confidence. Barrels opened, baskets set down, fish laid out if the town was near the water, butter wrapped in cloth, eggs counted by the dozen, apples in season, onions, cabbages, beans, cornmeal, flour, smoked meat, salt pork, candles, soap, cloth, thread, cheap ribbons, nails, tools, sometimes old household goods brought out for sale because someone needed coin. Animals might be driven nearby. Chickens complained from crates, a horse stamped. A woman argued over the quality of cheese. A baker's boy ran with loaves stacked in a tray. A man from the countryside tried to get a better price than the town thought fair. All of this belonged to ordinary life, but in an occupied town, ordinary life did not disappear. It tightened. People stood closer to their goods. They watched hands. They watched uniforms. They watched neighbours watching uniforms. A farmer who might once have laughed loudly now kept his jokes smaller. A woman who had always asked after everyone's family now did so with care, because the wrong family member might be with the militia, in prison, fled to British protection, or dead. A shopkeeper who had once complained freely about taxes, weather, debt, and politics now complained mostly about weather. Weather was safe. Mud was safe. A cold spring was safe. A poor apple harvest was safe, unless someone found a way to blame it on the army, and someone always could. The soldiers entered the marketplace differently from townspeople. They did not belong to its old rhythms. They came in groups, or alone with the confidence of men backed by groups. Some carried money, some carried orders, some carried both. A soldier with coin might be welcome and unwelcome at the same time. His money bought bread, cider, apples, tobacco, or a repair to a shoe. His presence also raised prices, drew attention, and reminded everyone that the town's food supply now had to serve more mouths than before. An officer's servant might arrive with a list and expect quick obedience. A quartermaster might appear and turn the market from a place of bargaining into a place of requisition. The difference between buying and taking could become thin enough that civilians learned to hear it in tone. A loaf of bread was no longer only a loaf of bread. It was food, yes, but it was also evidence of flour. If a baker had bread to sell, he must have flour somewhere. If he had flour, the army might want it. If he claimed to have no more, someone might accuse him of hiding it for rebels, for neighbours, for profit, or for his own family. Bread became dangerous because bread revealed supply. The baker, who in peaceful times had one of the most necessary and practical trades in town, now stood at the meeting point of hunger and suspicion. The army needed bread in large quantities. Soldiers could not live on proclamations. A town's ovens became part of military logistics. A baker might be ordered to produce for the occupying force, paid in paper or coin or promises, while his neighbours grumbled that there was less left for them. If he refused, he risked punishment. If he complied, he risked being remembered. This is the kind of choice occupation produced again and again. It took a trade and turned it into a test of loyalty. The blacksmith repairing a wagon wheel for British transport. The tailor mending an officer's coat. The cooper making barrels for army provisions. The butcher selling meat to the garrison. The woman washing soldiers' linen because she needed payment. The carter hired to haul supplies. Each person could say, truthfully, that work was work and hunger did not wait for politics to become pure. Each person also knew that other people were keeping count. The marketplace was full of counting, not just coins and pounds and measures, but moral counting. Who spoke to whom? Who smiled too easily? Who accepted military money without hesitation? Who refused and then quietly sold through someone else? Who had goods when everyone else claimed shortages? Who came to market after visiting British headquarters? Who no longer appeared at all? In a town under occupation, absence could speak almost as loudly as presence. If a patriot family stopped coming to market, had they fled, hidden, been warned, been arrested, or simply run out of money? If a loyalist woman appeared with confidence and a full basket, did that mean she had protection, or only better stores? If a farmer from outside town suddenly sold to soldiers, was he loyal, desperate, coerced or clever. Prices became one of the first languages of distress. War did not create scarcity in one clean way. It tangled everything. Armies bought huge quantities of food and forage. Foraging parties seized animals and grain. Trade routes were disrupted. Blockades and naval movements affected imports. Paper currencies lost value. Farmers hesitated to bring goods into towns where they might be requisitioned at poor prices. Merchants hid stock to wait for better payment. Civilians hoarded because they were afraid. Soldiers spent wages in bursts. Refugees arrived needing food. Prisoners had to be fed badly or well, depending on who controlled them and what supplies existed. A cabbage was still a cabbage, but its price carried the pressure of a whole war, and the people knew it. They may not have used the language of inflation the way we do, but they understood the feeling of money weakening in the hand. They understood that a coin was different from paper. They understood that an army receipt was not the same as silver. They understood that a price agreed in the morning might be foolish by afternoon if another detachment arrived. They understood that salt, flour, tea, sugar, coffee, and cloth could become not merely expensive but uncertain. Imported goods were especially vulnerable. A household that once bought tea as a comfort or habit might now treat it as a political object, a luxury, a memory, or a risk. Salt was more serious. Salt preserved meat. Salt was survival in a barrel. When salt grew scarce, winter became more frightening. The market women often knew the condition of the town better than officials did. This is something worth noticing. Women who came to market kept households, bargained for food, stretched meals, and spoke with servants and neighbours, had a practical intelligence that did not always appear in formal records. They knew which families were thinning their soup. They knew who had sold a cow. They knew whose children looked hungry. They knew which soldiers paid and which bullied. They knew whether the baker's loaves were smaller than last week. They knew whether butter was being held back. They knew whether eggs had vanished because hens were not laying or because farmers were avoiding town. This knowledge travelled in fragments, passed between hands along with onions, thread, soap, and coins. But under occupation, even women's talk had to be managed. A market conversation might begin with ordinary matters and turn dangerous without warning. "Has your husband written?" Could be a friendly question or an intelligence request. "Is the road north passable?" Could be about visiting relatives or moving messages. "Did the soldiers trouble you last night?" Could be sympathy or bait. "I heard the rebels are near" could be rumour, hope, threat, or trap. People learned to answer with phrases that said little. "I have heard many things." Roads are poor everywhere. We manage as we can. God knows. "It is not for me to say." These sentences became tools. They filled air without giving much away. The tavern was close enough that its influence spilled into the marketplace. Even when the doors were not open, even when decent people pretended not to care what was said inside, the tavern fed the market with rumour. Travellers lodged there. Officers drank there. Local men argued there. Servants carried food there. Stable boys heard things while holding horses. A printer, if the town had one, might hear news there before printing or suppressing it. A tavern keeper under occupation had to be one of the most careful people in town. Too friendly to British officers, and patriots marked him. Too cold, and officers noticed. Too much talk in his rooms, and he became suspect. Too little, and customers went elsewhere. He sold drink, but what he truly handled was information. News in the marketplace never arrived clean. A British victory might be exaggerated by loyalists by noon and denied by patriots by 2. A continental success might grow in size each time it passed from stall to stall. A skirmish 10 miles away could become a battle. A patrol ambushed by militia could become proof the British were doomed, or proof the rebels were lawless banditti, depending on who told it. The death of one officer might become the death of 3. Reinforcements were always coming for one side or the other. The French were coming or not coming, or already landed or defeated at sea, or negotiating secretly. Congress had fled, returned, collapsed, triumphed, surrendered, or issued some new paper no one had seen but everyone had an opinion about. Rumour fed hope because hope needed food as badly as bodies did. The occupying authorities understood this. That is why markets were watched. Not necessarily by men standing dramatically with notebooks, though informers could be very real, but by presence. Soldiers leaning nearby, loyalist civilians listening, officials passing through. A careless word could travel upward. A woman complaining that soldiers had stolen firewood might be merely venting. If she said the army would soon be driven out, the same complaint became political. A man joking that King George could come by his own onions might get a laugh in peacetime. Under occupation, it might get him questioned. Humour survived because humour always does, but it learned to keep one eye on the door. There were also people who used the market deliberately. Spies did not always look like spies. The most useful intelligence often came from ordinary movement. A person bringing eggs from a farm outside town could count wagons. A laundress could hear which regiments had arrived. A boy carrying a repaired boot could notice that officers were packing. A free black sailor or dock worker could learn which ships were loading. An enslaved coachman waiting near headquarters could hear destinations spoken carelessly. A woman selling butter could learn whether the army was short of forage by listening to complaints from soldiers with horses. Intelligence did not have to be stolen from a locked drawer. It could be gathered from what tired men said near food. The marketplace made such gathering possible because people there had reasons to talk. Trade provided cover. How many loaves? What price? Did you come by the lower road? Were there troops at the bridge? Is the mill working? Did you see smoke near the ridge? Will you be back tomorrow? Each question could be ordinary. Each could also matter. This is why every whisper had weight. It was not that every whisper was important. It was that no one could know in advance which whisper might become important later. Now think about a mother standing at a stall with her eldest daughter beside her. She's come to buy meal, if there is any to be bought. At home, 2 soldiers are quartered in the back room, and one of them watched breakfast being prepared too closely. She does not want to show how much food the household has, but she also cannot let the children go hungry. She speaks with the woman at the stall, someone she's known for years. They used to talk freely about births, sickness, marriages, bad weather, difficult husbands, the price of cloth, the laziness of apprentices, the quality of soap. Now the conversation moves like a person crossing thin ice. The stallwoman says the meal is dearer this week. The mother says everything is dearer. The stallwoman glances toward a soldier nearby and says nothing. The daughter watches this glance and learns more from it than from words. The mother asks whether more flour is expected from the mill. The stallwoman shrugs. Roads are uncertain. That could mean carts are delayed. It could mean soldiers seized a load. It could mean militia warned farmers not to supply the town. It could mean she knows, but will not say. The mother counts coins. The stallwoman gives a little less than she would have given last year and looks ashamed of it. The mother understands, and because she understands, she feels both gratitude and resentment at once. A soldier approaches before the exchange is finished. He wants apples. His accent marks him as not local. He may be British, Irish, Scottish, or German. The town hears difference before it hears individuality. He holds out coin. The stallwoman sells to him because refusing would be foolish. He pays, perhaps fairly. The mother turns her face away because she does not want him to remember her. The daughter looks at him because she is young enough to be curious, and the mother presses her elbow sharply. Later at home, the daughter will be scolded for staring. The scolding will be about safety, reputation, politics, and fear, but it will sound like manners. Not far away, a man argues over hay. Hay was not a small matter. Armies depended on horses, and horses consumed enormous quantities of forage. Cavalry mounts, officers' horses, artillery teams, wagon horses all had to eat. A town's surrounding farms could be stripped quickly. Hay taken in autumn might mean hungry animals in February. The farmer arguing in the market knows exactly how much labour stood behind that hay. Cutting, drying, turning, hauling, stacking, protecting from weather. To the army, forage is a requirement. To the farmer, it is winter standing in a barn. If a quartermaster offers payment in paper, the farmer may hear loss in every word. He raises his voice, then remembers where he is and lowers it. The marketplace also revealed who had power to complain. A prosperous merchant could protest a requisition more safely than a poor widow. A well-connected loyalist might receive protection for his goods. A suspected patriot might be treated roughly. A free black vendor might be cheated by soldiers who knew he had little recourse. An enslaved person sent to market by an owner might be questioned, searched, or tempted by news of escape, all while expected to return with the correct goods and change. Occupation did not press evenly. It found the weak places already built into society and pressed harder there. Printed notices added to the tension. If the town had walls where notices were posted, people gathered to read them or have them read aloud. Literacy varied, but public reading made a document communal, an order about prices. A warning against aiding rebels, a proclamation offering protection to those who swore loyalty, a notice of punishment for spies, a restriction on movement, a list of goods required by the army. Paper turned into talk immediately. Those who could read might read selectively. Those who heard might repeat incorrectly. A single phrase could grow teeth. All persons found. Any inhabitant refusing. Protection will be granted. Severe penalties. These words entered the marketplace and sat there among cabbages and barrels like loaded weapons. A person's face while hearing such notices mattered. Did he frown? Did she look relieved? Did someone laugh? Did someone walk away too quickly? The marketplace trained people in self-control. A patriot hearing a British proclamation had to keep contempt from showing too clearly. A loyalist hearing news of rebel success had to hide worry. A person with family on both sides, and there were many, had to hide exhaustion. We often talk about courage as dramatic action, but in an occupied town, courage could mean keeping your expression still while someone read words that threatened everything you cared about. The poor felt the market's changes first. Families with land, storage, and networks had options. They could hide grain. They could slaughter an animal early. They could send children to relatives. They could barter privately. The poor lived closest to the daily price. A labourer paid in unstable money might find that bread rose faster than wages. A widow taking in washing might be paid by soldiers but lose customers who disapproved. An apprentice might eat less if the master's household was strained. A child might be sent to market with too little money and return with less food than expected, then face the helpless anger of adults who had no better solution. Hunger in an occupied town was not always famine. Often it was thinning. Smaller loaves, weaker broth, less butter, more cornmeal. Meat stretched further. Children told they had eaten enough when everyone knew they had not. And yet the market could still produce moments of ordinary kindness. That matters too. A woman might slip an extra onion into a neighbour's basket. A baker might save a heel of bread for a child whose father was gone. A farmer might sell quietly at the old price to a family he trusted. A servant might warn another household that soldiers were asking questions. A loyalist might help a patriot widow because they had known each other since childhood. Occupation strained community, but it did not erase memory. People were not only political categories, they were godparents, cousins, former apprentices, old customers, women who had shared childbirth rooms, men who had raised barns together, children who had played before they learned which slogans divided their families. The marketplace held those older ties and tested them daily. There is a scene that could have happened in many towns. A British officer walks through the market with a local loyalist beside him. The loyalist names tradesmen. points out useful buildings, explains who owns which storehouse, which families are respectable, which men are dangerous, which roads lead toward patriot country. He may believe he is restoring order. He may also be settling accounts. A patriot watching from a stall sees not only an enemy officer, but a neighbour translating the town into military knowledge. That is a particular kind of betrayal, and it was one of the reasons civil wars wound so deeply. Foreign soldiers could leave, neighbours remained, but the reverse also occurred. A person who appeared loyal in public might be feeding information to the patriots. The woman who sold eggs to an officer's servant might count how many officers were dining at headquarters. The boy who carried parcels might note which rooms had maps. The man who joked with soldiers at the tavern might be memorising complaints about supply shortages. The market rewarded performance. People learned to look like what they needed to look like. A smile could be camouflage. A complaint could be bait. A shrug could be loyalty to no one or loyalty concealed. By afternoon, supplies began to disappear from stalls. Not always because everything was sold. Sometimes sellers packed early because soldiers were drinking. Sometimes they feared requisition. Sometimes rumours moved through the market that a search was coming. Sometimes prices had risen so sharply that buyers stopped buying and sellers stopped displaying. A half-empty market had its own mood. The ground littered with straw, leaves, broken crate pieces, spilled grain, cabbage leaves, mud, and animal droppings. A few soldiers lingering. A woman counting coins with her lips pressed tight. A child carrying a basket too light for the distance walked. A farmer leading away a horse he had decided not to sell because he did not trust the payment offered. The market did not close all at once. It thinned, and thinning could feel worse. The walk home from market was often when fear returned most clearly. In the market, everyone was watching, and that made behaviour careful. On the side streets with fewer eyes, a person could be stopped. A basket could be searched. A soldier could ask where someone lived. A neighbour could appear and ask too many questions. The mother with meal in her basket now had to bring it past sentries, past quartered houses, past the tavern, past the public notice she had pretended not to read twice. She had to enter her own house and decide where to put what she had bought so the soldiers would not see too much. She had to explain to the children why there was less than hoped. She had to tell her daughter again not to look directly at soldiers. She had to remember exactly what the stall woman had said about the road being uncertain, because perhaps that meant something, and perhaps it did not. Inside homes across the town, market news became evening conversation, but carefully, especially if strangers were under the roof. A man might ask his wife what prices were like, and she might answer plainly about meal, salt, and candles while leaving out the whispered part. Later, when the soldiers were asleep or when water had to be fetched from the yard, she might tell him the rest. The baker has been ordered to supply headquarters. The mill road may be watched. Someone said militia were seen beyond the creek. Mrs. Allen's brother has been arrested. The loyalists are saying the king's peace will soon be restored. The price of salt has doubled. The officer at the notice board looked angry when no one cheered. These fragments mattered. They helped households adjust the next day's behaviour. The marketplace was never only economic. It was the town's memory forming in real time. People stored stories there. Who was kind? Who was afraid? Who took advantage? Who stayed silent? Who warned whom? Who lied? Who had food? Who lost food? Who was seen speaking near headquarters? Who failed to return from an errand? Later, when armies moved and power changed again, the market's memory could become dangerous. The same people who whispered under occupation might speak openly afterward. The same details that had seemed like gossip could become accusations. Occupation did not end when soldiers marched away, because the town remembered how people had behaved when the soldiers were present. As evening came, the market square grew quieter, but not peaceful. Stalls were closed, barrels covered, unsold goods carried away or hidden. Soldiers drifted toward taverns and quarters. Sentries took positions. Smoke rose from houses where families tried to turn small purchases into supper. Somewhere a woman realised she had not bought enough. Somewhere a merchant counted money he did not trust. Somewhere a loyalist family felt safer than it had in months. Somewhere a patriot family burned a letter. Somewhere an enslaved man repeated in his mind something he had heard near the market that might be a path to freedom or a path to punishment. Somewhere a child asked why everyone talked differently now. And this is what the marketplace teaches us about an occupied town. Occupation did not silence ordinary life. It made ordinary life speak more quietly. Buying bread, asking after a road, selling eggs, reading a notice, offering a price, refusing a price, greeting a neighbour, nodding to a soldier, looking away from an officer, all of it became part of the war. Not the war of bayonet charges and cannon smoke, but the war of pressure. The war that settled into the spaces between sentences. The war in which every person had to decide again and again how much to reveal and how much to hide. By the time the family returned from market and set the basket on the table, the household had already absorbed the town's tension into its own walls. The food was not just food now. It carried prices, rumours, shortages, warnings, and compromises. The meal that would be made from it would be shaped by the army outside and the strangers inside. And when the family gathered near the hearth that evening, with soldiers perhaps in the next room and children listening more carefully than adults wished, the table would become the next place where occupation made itself known, not loudly at first, but in portions, in silence, in who was served, in what was missing, and in the careful way people learned to eat under watch. By the time the basket from market reached the table, the meal had already become more than a meal. That is the first thing to understand about eating in an occupied town. Food did not simply arrive from the market, the garden, the smokehouse, the henhouse, or the cellar, and become supper in the ordinary way. It arrived carrying the whole pressure of the day with it, the price of meal. The soldier who watched too closely while apples were counted. The rumour that the mill road had been stopped. The neighbour who whispered that a man had been arrested near the ferry. The officer's servant who bought the last good butter without bargaining because he was spending someone else's money. The baker who had smaller loaves than last week and would not meet anyone's eyes. All of that came home in the basket, and when the basket was set down near the hearth, the occupation came with it. The family table in the Revolutionary War was never just a pleasant domestic image, not in a town held by soldiers. We like to imagine the table as the one place where a household can gather and shut the world outside. In peaceful times, perhaps that was partly true. The door closed, the fire burned, the children came near, the day's work softened into food and talk. But in an occupied town, the world did not stay outside. It sat in the missing portion of bread. It stood in the corner in the form of a musket. It waited in the next room where 2 soldiers had been quartered. It entered every pause in conversation because everyone at the table knew there were things that could not be said aloud. Let us step into one house in the early evening. Not a grand house, not a mansion of polished floors and silver candlesticks, but not the poorest room in town either. A middling household, the kind that made up so much of the working colonial world. The father has a trade, perhaps a cooper, perhaps a shoemaker, perhaps a small merchant whose business has already been damaged by the war. The mother keeps the household running with the kind of skill no one praises because everyone depends on it. There are children, maybe 4 of them, old enough to notice fear but not old enough to be protected from it. Perhaps there is an apprentice sleeping near the shop area, or a hired girl helping with the smaller children, or an enslaved woman whose labour makes the household function, while her own hopes and fears are treated by the family as secondary, if they are acknowledged at all. And now there are strangers in the house, soldiers, maybe 1 officer in the better room and 2 enlisted men lodged near the back. Maybe no officer, only common soldiers assigned because space ran out elsewhere. Either way, the house no longer belongs completely to the people who know where everything is kept. The meal begins before anyone sits down. It begins with decisions at the hearth. What can be cooked without revealing too much? This sounds strange until you think about it carefully. In a house under occupation, abundance could be dangerous. If the family served a generous meal, the soldiers might wonder what else was stored. If they served too little, the children might go hungry and the father might feel the shame of failing to provide, even though the failure belonged to war and not to him alone. The mother standing near the fire has to judge more than taste. She has to judge visibility. A full pot says one thing, a thin pot says another. A ham bone taken from the hidden shelf says too much if a soldier sees it. A loaf saved for tomorrow may need to be kept wrapped and out of sight. A little butter might make the children feel comforted. But butter has become expensive, and the officer in the next room may smell warm bread and expect some. This is where occupation enters the mind of the person cooking. Not in slogans, not in declarations, in arithmetic. How much meal can be used tonight? How much must be saved? Can the porridge be thinned without the children noticing? Is there enough salt? If one of the soldiers asks for a bowl, is it safer to give it or to say there is none? If food is refused, will he laugh and take it anyway? If food is offered, will he return tomorrow expecting more? The meal becomes a calculation of hunger, pride, fear, and appearances. The fire is lower than it might have been in better times, because wood is being watched. If soldiers have been using the hearth during the day, the stack near the wall has gone down too quickly. Every additional log now feels like a decision. The mother stirs what is in the pot, maybe cornmeal mush, maybe beans stretched with a little salt pork, maybe a stew made mostly of roots and onions, maybe leftovers from the noon meal warmed again because supper in many 18th century households was modest even without occupation. The main meal of the day was often earlier, and evening food was frequently simpler, but the presence of soldiers changed even simplicity. A plain supper could now feel like deprivation. A familiar pot could now feel vulnerable. The children know something is different by the way the table is set. Children are very good at reading arrangements. They know when a cup is missing because it has been given to someone else. They know when their mother scrapes the pot more carefully than usual. They know when their father does not sit immediately but stands near the door listening. They know when the older sister is told to keep the younger ones quiet before any noise has been made. The youngest may not understand occupation, but he understands that asking for more has become dangerous. The oldest understands too much and tries not to show it. If the family has soldiers quartered in the house, there is the question of whether those soldiers eat with them. This varied. Officers often ate separately if they could, either at headquarters, at a tavern, or in the better room of the house where they were lodged. Common soldiers might receive rations from the army and cook for themselves when possible. But in practice, lines blurred constantly. A soldier warming himself by the fire might be present while the family ate. An officer might request service from the household. A servant might carry food between rooms. A hungry soldier might ask for what he smelled cooking. A family might feed him because it seemed wise, so the table was not always shared in a formal sense, but it was rarely fully private. Imagine two soldiers sitting near the hearth while the family eats at the table. They are not necessarily threatening. One is repairing a strap. The other is rubbing his hands over the warmth. Their muskets stand nearby. They speak softly to each other, perhaps in accents the family finds foreign, perhaps in a language the family does not understand. That may be worse because unknown words make imagination do extra work. The children glance over despite being warned not to. The mother keeps her eyes on the serving. The father says something ordinary about the weather because weather has become the safest subject in town. The soldiers do not need to interrupt for the meal to be changed by their presence. Their listening is enough. If an officer is eating in the house, the strain becomes more formal. A British officer, or a loyalist officer in provincial service, might expect a level of civility that feels unbearable to the household. He may be well-mannered. He may praise the food. He may remove his hat and thank the mistress of the house. He may speak of the war in calm terms, as if rebellion is a disorder that sensible people will soon regret. He may ask the father whether he has taken the oath. He may compliment a child. He may ask where the family's eldest son is. And there, In the middle of supper, the room can become very still. Where is the eldest son? This was not a harmless question in a town under occupation. He might be apprenticed elsewhere. He might be with relatives. He might be with the militia. He might have slipped away before the soldiers arrived. He might be hiding closer than anyone at the table dares admit. The answer has to be ready. It has to be boring. He's away working with my brother. He has been sent to the country. He is ill at his aunt's house. Every answer can be true, false, or true in a way designed to conceal the important part. The children at the table must not correct it. A little sister saying, "But he came last night," could ruin everything. So before supper, before the officer asks anything, the mother has already told the children what not to say. A family meal becomes a rehearsal in controlled speech. There were households where politics divided the table itself. That is something we should not smooth away. The American Revolution was not a simple matter of every family agreeing together. Fathers and sons could differ. Brothers took opposite sides. In some families, one member leaned loyalist, another patriot, and others simply wanted the war to stop. Marriage connected families across political lines. Business debts shaped allegiance. Religion shaped allegiance. Local grievances shaped allegiance. Fear shaped allegiance. At a table under occupation, these differences could become unbearable. A loyalist uncle might say the town would be safer now that the king's troops had restored order. A patriot daughter might lower her eyes and clench her jaw. A mother might change the subject before the soldiers in the next room hear. A grandfather might mutter that no good comes when young men read too many pamphlets. A son might say nothing, because silence is the only way to remain in the family and remain himself. Food itself carried politics. Tea had already become one of the most famous symbols of imperial conflict before the war, but by the time towns were occupied, symbolism mixed with scarcity and habit. Some families had given up tea as a political statement. Others missed it privately. Some substituted local herbs, raspberry leaves, sage, mint, or whatever could be dried and steeped. In an occupied town, serving real tea might suggest loyalist comfort, wealth, access, or simple stubbornness. Refusing it might suggest patriot virtue, poverty, or lack of supply. Sugar, too, could speak of trade and status. Coffee was not yet the universal morning necessity it would later become, but it moved in the same world of imported goods and wartime disruption. Salt mattered more urgently. Without salt, meat could not be preserved properly. Without preserved meat, winter meals became more uncertain. A family table showed the war through what was missing long before anyone explained it. The children's portions tell a quiet story. In a secure household, a parent might serve according to age, work, and custom. In a pressured household, portions reveal worry. The father may be served first by habit, but he may pass some of his food to a child, or he may not because he has heavy work tomorrow and hunger weakens a man who must earn or defend. The mother may take the smallest portion while pretending she's not hungry. This was not unique to occupation, of course. Women in hard households often ate last or least. But occupation sharpened the old pattern. A girl may notice her mother eating only broth and remember it years later. A boy may think his father does not see the missing meat, when of course he sees and feels it like an accusation. The table becomes a place where love is measured in spoonfuls and no one wants to admit it. If enslaved people are present in the household, the table reveals another order entirely. In many white households, enslaved people cooked the food, served the meal, cleared the table, and ate separately, often later and with less. In an occupied town, their labour might increase sharply, because soldiers meant more washing, more carrying, more errands, more cooking, more surveillance. Yet the war also created possibilities that were discussed in whispers beyond the dining room. British lines could represent danger and opportunity. News of freedom offered to enslaved people who escaped rebel owners travelled through kitchens, yards, markets, docks, and military camps. Imagine an enslaved woman serving supper to a patriot family while British soldiers sit nearby. both sides speaking of liberty in terms that may or may not include her. The table in such a house holds more than one contradiction. The white family may fear losing property. The enslaved person may be listening for a chance to become a person no longer treated as property. The same occupation that feels like invasion to one person may feel like a possible opening to another, though no opening came without risk. Servants and hired help, too, occupied a difficult position. They heard everything and were trusted with less than they knew. A hired girl carrying plates might hear the father lie to an officer about a son's whereabouts. She might know where the letters are hidden. She might have a sweetheart in the militia or a brother serving with loyalists. She might be hungry herself and resent the careful portions at the main table, while soldiers receive food for payment. In a household under occupation, the people who served the table often understood the truth of the house better than the people seated at it. They saw what was eaten, what was hidden, what was wasted, what was feared. The table also changed manners. In many 18th century households, children were already expected to behave with restraint at meals. They did not dominate conversation. They did not demand preferences. They did not reach freely. Under occupation, these expectations became survival rules. Do not speak unless spoken to. Do not ask why the soldiers are here. Do not ask whether father hates the king. Do not say that mother hid the flower. Do not tell anyone what was said after prayers. Do not sing the wrong song. Do not repeat the rhyme you heard in the street. A child who had once been scolded for poor manners might now be scolded because manners had become a shield. Songs could be dangerous. That may sound small, but songs carry allegiance. A tune hummed at table, a scrap of verse about liberty, a mocking line about redcoats, a loyalist ballad sung too loudly, all could mark a household. Children learn songs quickly and repeat them without judgment. Adults under occupation sometimes feared a child's memory more than an enemy's question. The table, where children relaxed after a day of restraint, was exactly where such things could slip out. A mother might interrupt a tune by asking for a bowl. A father might silence a boy too sharply. The soldiers in the corner might laugh, or they might listen. Then there are letters. In wartime households, letters were precious, dangerous, and often read aloud. A letter from a soldier in the Continental Army, a relative in another town, a merchant contact, a cousin near a British post, all could bring news and risk. In a normal evening, a family might gather after supper to hear a letter read by the best reader in the house. Under occupation, that practice changed. Letters were hidden, summarised, or read only after strangers slept. Sometimes they were burned after reading. A scrap of paper could condemn a household. At the table, someone might mention that a letter had come and then stop because of the presence of a soldier's shadow at the door. The unfinished sentence would hang over the meal. The material objects on the table mattered more under pressure. Wooden bowls, pewter plates if the family had them, shared cups, a knife passed carefully, a trencher scraped clean, a tankard of cider or small beer. Water was not always trusted, and fermented drinks remained common in many households, though access varied and wartime disruption affected everything. If the family had once owned better tableware but had hidden it, the absence might be visible to those who knew the house. If soldiers had damaged a cup or taken a spoon, the replacement told its own story. A cracked bowl set before a child might produce an argument in peaceful times. Under occupation, no one complained because complaint had nowhere useful to go. Outside, the town is still audible. That is another thing to remember. The family table is not sealed. Through the walls come the sounds of occupation. Boots passing, a horse being led by, a shout near the tavern, a drum in the distance, a wagon after dark when wagons should not be moving. Maybe laughter from soldiers quartered nearby. Maybe the cry of someone being questioned. Maybe nothing at all, which can be worse because silence makes everyone listen harder. The meal is punctuated by sounds that pull attention away from the food. A spoon pauses halfway to a mouth. The father turns his head. The mother says, "Eat," because children need commands more than explanations. There is a kind of exhaustion at this table that is different from the exhaustion of work. The people here are tired from self-control. All day they have watched their words in the market, watched their faces near soldiers, watched their doors, watched their stores, watched their children. Now they sit down to eat and must continue watching. The Homer, which should have allowed them to stop performing, has become another stage. A father performs steadiness, a mother performs normalcy, children perform ignorance, a servant performs obedience, an enslaved person may perform loyalty to a household whose fate is tied to a war that might transform her own. Even the soldiers perform something, perhaps indifference, perhaps authority, perhaps friendliness, perhaps boredom. Everyone acts at the family table and the meal is poorer for it. Yet human beings are strange and durable. Even under occupation, ordinary warmth could appear. A child might spill something, and for 1 second the mother's response is the same as it would have been before the war. A soldier might laugh softly and help pick up the cup. A father might tell a harmless story from before the fighting began, and the children might lean into it because harmless stories have become rare. The mother might produce a small saved sweetness, a bit of apple, a spoonful of molasses, a piece of cake from better times, and the whole room might change for a moment. Not because the war is gone, but because the body is grateful before the mind has time to object. Occupation could not cancel every ordinary tenderness. It made tenderness more noticeable, but even kindness carried unease. Suppose one of the quartered soldiers shares something from his ration with a child. A bit of biscuit, a piece of cheese, an apple taken from somewhere else. The child accepts. The mother smiles because refusing might be rude. Later she wonders whether the apple was stolen from a neighbour's store. The father wonders whether the child is becoming too comfortable with the enemy. The soldier, who may only have meant to be kind, has placed the family in a small moral tangle without intending it. This is how occupation worked. It made even simple gestures complicated. At some tables, the political conversation was not avoided because the household believed itself safe. Loyalist families might speak more openly under British occupation, at least in the beginning. They might discuss the restoration of order, the foolishness of Congress, the weakness of the Continental Army, the hope that trade would revive under royal protection. But even they had to be careful, because servants heard, neighbours visited, and power could change again. A loyalist child repeating at market that his father expected rebels to be hanged could endanger the family if patriots returned. No one in an occupied town could speak as though the future were settled. The future was always listening. Patriot families developed their own coded table talk. Our friends might mean the Continental Army. The people in the country might mean militia. The visitors might mean British troops. The road is bad might mean travel is watched. Your uncle is well might mean a hidden contact remains safe. The children might understand some codes and not others. A young child excluded from meaning could be safer. An older child included in meaning could be useful but also burdened. The table became a place where children were slowly initiated into the dangerous adult skill of saying one thing while meaning another. Food shortages could create conflict within the household. Hunger does not always make people noble. A boy doing hard work may resent receiving the same portion as a younger sibling. A father may be short-tempered because he has spent the day trying to protect his shop from requisition. A mother may snap because she has stretched every ingredient as far as it can go and still sees disappointment on faces around the table. An apprentice may feel he is being fed less than family. A servant may actually be fed less than family. Soldiers in the house may eat army rations that smell better or worse than the household meal, and either way comparison becomes unavoidable. Occupation does not create all domestic tensions, but it gives them less room to dissipate. One of the quietest injuries was the loss of hospitality. In the 18th century world, hospitality mattered deeply. To feed a guest, offer a drink, share a table, provide lodging, these were not small social gestures. They express status, virtue, neighbourliness, religious duty, and household competence. Occupation damaged hospitality because it replaced invitation with requirement. A woman who prided herself on keeping a decent table might now resent every bite eaten by a guest she did not invite. A man who once welcomed travellers might now hesitate to open the door. The moral satisfaction of generosity was stolen when generosity was commanded. That is a subtle loss, but it matters. A householder wants to give freely or not at all. An occupied table turns giving into compliance. The army also changed time. Meals might be delayed by searches, orders, curfews, or the needs of quartered men. If soldiers used the hearth, the family's cooking had to wait. If a curfew required everyone indoors early, errands had to be finished sooner and supper prepared under pressure. If patrols came through at odd hours, the family might eat cold food rather than risk keeping the fire too bright. If officers demanded service at a certain hour, the household meals shifted around them. Time, like space, was occupied. Prayer before the meal became another delicate moment. Many families prayed. The father might give thanks for provision, ask for protection, remember absent loved ones, and pray for peace. But what does he say when soldiers of the opposing army are under his roof? Does he pray for the success of the American cause? That would be dangerous. Does he pray for the king? That may violate his conscience. Does he pray only in general terms, asking God to preserve the household and bring an end to bloodshed? Many likely did exactly that. General prayer became a shelter. God knew the specifics even when soldiers did not need to hear them. A child listening to such a prayer might learn how adults survive danger through a mission. The prayer says, "Protect those far from home," and everyone at the table thinks of a different person. The mother thinks of her son with the militia. The father thinks of a brother in prison. The soldier in the corner thinks of his family across the Atlantic. The enslaved woman near the hearth thinks of someone sold away, or of herself, though no one has asked. One sentence holds several griefs because occupation has forced them into the same room. When the meal ends, no one relaxes fully. The table must be cleared, scraps must be saved, bones must be kept for broth, leftovers must be hidden or set aside without appearing hidden, dishes must be washed with water that took labour to carry. If soldiers are present, someone must watch what they leave behind. Did they take a knife? Did they drop ash into the food? Did they listen too closely? Did they ask a child a question? Did they leave a cup outside? Did they seem drunk? Every ordinary task after supper has a second layer. The mother may count what remains before putting it away. Not openly, perhaps, but with the trained eye of someone who knows the level of every barrel. A little meal gone, a little salt gone, fewer candles, less wood, more people breathing the house's warmth. The father may go to the door and look into the street, though there is little he can do there. The children may be sent to bed earlier than usual, not because sleep will come, but because adults need to speak. If there are soldiers in the house, even that private speech may require stepping into the yard, pretending to check the animals, whispering near the woodpile, or waiting until the strangers snore. And there, after the family table has been cleared, the meaning of the meal settles in. They have eaten. That is no small thing in wartime. They have gotten through another evening without a child saying the wrong thing, without a soldier forcing a quarrel, without the hidden food being discovered, without the officer asking the question that cannot be answered. Survival in an occupied town often looked exactly like this. A pot stretched, a sentence swallowed, a candle saved. A child corrected in time, a bowl scraped clean. No heroism visible from the outside, only the ordinary discipline of people trying to remain a household, while the war presses against the table. But outside the house, the town has not finished speaking for the night. Men are moving toward the tavern, where news will be repeated with more confidence than it deserves. A church bell may ring for evening prayers, or remain silent because the authorities do not want gatherings after dark. Somewhere an oath is being discussed, perhaps demanded, perhaps avoided. The family table has shown what occupation does to food and speech inside the home, but beyond the door another kind of pressure waits. The public pressure of loyalty, worship, rumour, drink and law. And as the dishes dry near the hearth and the last crumbs are swept from the board, the father knows he may soon have to step back into the street, where the tavern light is burning, the church door is watched, and a man's silence can be judged almost as harshly as his words. The tavern light did not mean comfort anymore. That is one of the first things a person in an occupied town had to learn. Before the soldiers came, a tavern lamp in the evening meant company, news, warmth, cider, pipes, argument, a traveller with a story, a place where men could speak a little more loudly than they did at home, and pretend that the world was understandable, if only everyone would listen to them long enough. After occupation, the same light burning through the window meant something else. It meant ears, it meant uniforms, it meant questions that might sound harmless until the answer had already left your mouth. It meant a room where every man present was measuring every other man, not openly, not always with hostility, but with that careful sideways attention people develop when speech has consequences. And not far from the tavern, often within sight or sound of it, stood the church. Those two buildings mattered more than we sometimes realise, the church and the tavern. One held the formal language of God, obedience, sin, duty, authority and community. The other held the unofficial language of rumour, bargains, resentment, jokes, debts, drinking and news. One rang a bell that gathered people in public. The other glowed late and gathered them in private. One asked what a person believed. The other revealed what he dared to say after ale loosened him. In a town under occupation, both became dangerous, because occupation did not only control roads and houses, it pressed on allegiance. It wanted to know who belonged to whom. The church bell was one of the town's oldest sounds. Long before the war, people had marked time by it. Sunday worship, funerals, weddings, public alarms, fires, meetings, sometimes celebrations, sometimes warnings. A bell could turn a scattered town into a single listening body. A woman kneading dough heard it and knew the hour. A boy in a yard heard it and knew he was late. A farmer on the road heard it faintly over the fields and knew something had happened. Bells were practical things, but they also carried authority. When a bell rang, the town was being called to notice. Under occupation, that sound changed. It did not necessarily stop, though sometimes bells were restricted, watched, or used for military purposes. It changed because people heard it differently. A bell-calling worship might also call people into a place where soldiers could observe who attended and who did not. A bell for a funeral might gather mourners whose grief included political anger no one would say aloud. A bell rung by order of the occupying authority might feel like the town's own voice being used by someone else. And if the bell was silent when it should have rung, that silence also spoke. People notice silence. In a small town, a church bell not ringing at the expected hour could produce almost as much talk as a proclamation. The churches themselves were not all the same. In the colonies, religious life varied sharply by region and denomination. There were Anglicans, Congregationalists, Presbyterians, Baptists, Quakers, Lutherans, Dutch Reformed congregations, Catholics in smaller numbers depending on place, and others besides. These differences mattered during the Revolution, because religion and politics did not sit in separate rooms. The Church of England, by its very name and structure, carried a relationship to the Crown that became increasingly uncomfortable in rebellious communities. Its clergy had often sworn loyalty to the king. Its liturgy included prayers for the monarch. In some places, Anglican ministers who remained loyal faced pressure, harassment or closure when patriot power was strong. Under British occupation, the situation could reverse. A church that had been quiet, threatened or divided might suddenly find royal authority standing in the street outside. A minister who had omitted prayers for the king might now be expected to restore them. A minister who had always prayed for the king might feel vindicated, while some of his parishioners sat rigid in the pews, hearing every word like a test. Imagine attending worship in that town after soldiers arrive. It is Sunday morning, and the town dresses itself in strained respectability. People still wash faces, brush coats, tie caps, manage children, and walk toward the church because worship is not optional in the way modern people often treat it. In many communities, attendance is both religious duty and social expectation. But this Sunday is not like last Sunday. Soldiers stand near the road. Perhaps some attend. Perhaps officers sit in pews reserved by local families whose status once controlled that space. Perhaps a loyalist family enters more confidently than before. Perhaps a patriot widow hesitates at the door because her husband is with the army outside British lines, and she does not know whether her presence will protect her or expose her. Inside, the familiar building feels altered. The same pulpit, the same benches or pews, the same drafts moving through cracks, the same smell of wood, wool, damp clothing, and human bodies gathered close. But people are watching differently. Who sits where? Who has stopped coming? Who looks toward the soldiers? Who keeps his hat in hand too long? Who refuses to say amen? Who speaks the responses loudly? Who barely moves his lips? In a church, silence can be devotion. Under occupation, it can also be resistance. Then comes the prayer. That is where the strain gathers. A prayer for the king may seem, from a distance, like a small formal phrase, a few words in a service. But in a revolutionary town, those words could cut through the room. To pray for King George was, for some, ordinary Christian obedience to a lawful ruler. For others, it had become unbearable. If your son was freezing with the Continental Army, if your husband had been taken prisoner, if your farm had been stripped by British foragers, if your brother had been beaten by loyalist militia, could you bow your head and pray for the king as if nothing had happened? Some did because habit is strong and because open refusal was dangerous. Some stood silent. Some stayed away. Some moved to churches where the language was different. Some ministers altered wording just enough to survive, praying for peace, for all in authority, for protection, for the afflicted, for the nation without naming too clearly which nation they meant. A minister in an occupied town held a difficult position. He was expected to guide souls, but also to avoid destroying his congregation. If he was too openly loyalist, patriot parishioners might abandon him, despise him, or later accuse him. If he was too openly patriot, British authorities might remove him, arrest him, or shut the church. If he tried to be careful, both sides might call him cowardly. The pulpit, which had long been a place of moral instruction, became a place where every word could be heard politically. A sermon about obedience could sound like support for the crown. A sermon about Israel in bondage could sound like rebellion. A sermon about peace could sound like weakness. A sermon about judgment could sound like a warning to everyone, which may have been the safest kind. Quaker meetings had their own difficulties. Many Quakers held deep religious commitments to pacifism, refusing to take up arms or swear oaths. In a war that demanded allegiance, that refusal brought suspicion from both sides. A Quaker who would not fight for the revolution might be accused by patriots of favouring the British. A Quaker who would not swear loyalty to the king might be distrusted by British authorities. Neutrality based on conscience did not protect people from a world that had lost patience with neutrality. In some occupied towns and contested regions, peaceful principles could look, to armed men, like disobedience wearing a plain coat. The oath brought all of this into sharper focus. The oath was not merely a formality. It was a line drawn through a person's life. During the Revolutionary War, both sides used oaths, paroles, loyalty declarations, and protection papers in different places and at different times. British authorities in occupied areas might require inhabitants to swear allegiance to the king or to promise not to aid the rebellion. They might offer protection to those who submitted, meaning their property and persons would supposedly be safer under British control. Patriot authorities used loyalty oaths as well, requiring men to renounce allegiance to the king and support the new American states. These were not philosophical exercises for the people facing them. They were practical and dangerous. A signature could help you keep your shop open today and endanger you tomorrow. A refusal could preserve your conscience and bring soldiers to your door before nightfall. Think about a man summoned to take an oath. He's not necessarily a dramatic figure. He may be a cooper who makes barrels, a farmer with a wagon, a schoolmaster, a merchant, a butcher, a doctor, a ferryman. He has a wife, children, debts, tools, perhaps aging parents, perhaps an apprentice. He has already spent weeks trying not to say too much. Now he's called to a public room, perhaps in the courthouse, the church, the tavern, or a house being used by officers. There is a table, there is a document, there are witnesses, there may be soldiers nearby, there may be neighbours waiting their turn. Some men sign quickly, some argue, some ask for time, some claim illness, some disappear to the countryside before they can be called. Some sign with their hand while trying to keep their heart elsewhere. That split between hand and heart mattered deeply in the 18th century. People took oaths seriously because religion took oaths seriously. To swear falsely was not merely to lie, it was to call God as witness to a lie. For many people, that was spiritually terrifying. We may live in a world where signatures are routine, boxes are checked, terms are accepted unread, and forms pile up without much sacred weight. They did not live in that world. A sworn oath could bind the conscience. That is why governments used it. It reached further than a simple promise. It made loyalty public, recordable, and morally charged. But what was a person to do when every choice carried wrong inside it? Suppose a man believes in independence, but his town is occupied and his children are hungry. If he refuses the British oath, his shop may be closed, his goods seized, his movement restricted, or his family endangered. If he signs, he may feel he has betrayed the cause, or betrayed friends already fighting. Suppose another man remains loyal to the crown, but Patriot forces may return at any time. If he signs openly with the British, he protects himself now, but marks himself later. Suppose a third man wants only to avoid ruin. He believes both sides speak too grandly and take too much. Even he may be forced to choose words he does not fully mean. War is very good at treating hesitation as guilt. The tavern was where men talked about these choices before they admitted they were choices. That is why the tavern mattered. A tavern in the 18th century town was not simply a place to drink. It was a post office before reliable post reached everyone, a news centre before newspapers arrived regularly, a courtroom waiting room, a hiring hall, a traveller's rest, a political club, a business office, and sometimes a place where committees met and military orders were discussed. Men gathered there because they always had. Occupation did not end that habit. It made the habit dangerous. Picture the tavern room after sunset. Low ceiling, smoky air, rough tables, benches polished by use, mugs set down hard, the smell of cider, ale, rum, damp wool, tobacco, and mud drying near the fire. A landlord moving with more alertness than usual, because tonight his customers include local men, British soldiers, perhaps loyalist officers, perhaps wagon drivers, perhaps strangers who claim to be traders but ask too many questions. The fire throws light unevenly. A man sitting near it can be seen clearly. A man in the corner can listen. The room has warmth, but not ease. Conversation begins safely. Roads, weather, prices, a horse gone lame, the quality of bread, a shipment delayed, someone's roof needing repair. Then a traveller mentions a skirmish. Someone asks where. Someone else says the report is false. A soldier laughs and says the rebels always run. A local man says nothing, but his face changes. Another man warns him with a look. The landlord interrupts to ask who wants another mug. This is how a tavern survived. Not by preventing political talk entirely, because that was impossible, but by breaking the rhythm before talk became evidence. Drink loosened tongues, and everyone knew it. A man who had spent all day silent might become brave after rum. Brave or foolish? He might say the British would not hold the town long. He might say Washington was nearer than anyone knew. He might curse Congress, the king, the army, the price of salt, or the neighbour who informed on him. The problem was that drunken words were still words. An informer did not care whether they had been spoken after too much cider. A soldier insulted in a tavern did not always pause to consider theology, law, or intent. Tavern courage could become morning regret in the form of a summons, a search, or a beating behind the stable. And yet the tavern was also one of the few places where resistance could breathe. Not always in speeches, often in small exchanges. A folded scrap of paper passed under a table, a whispered road condition, a report that a British patrol would leave at dawn, a warning that a certain man could not be trusted, a joke whose meaning depended on everyone pretending not to understand it, a mug left in a certain place, a song begun and then stopped, a landlord who knew which travellers were safe to house in the back room and which needed to be kept in the public space. Taverns made intelligence possible because taverns made strangers plausible. The occupying army knew this too. Officers used taverns for their own purposes. They gathered information, met loyalists, posted notices, arranged supplies, and watched the mood of the town. Soldiers drank there if allowed, and their talk revealed much even when they thought themselves guarded. A private complaining about short rations could reveal a supply problem. A sergeant boasting about a march could reveal movement. An officer's servant mentioning baggage could reveal plans. Local listeners learned to separate drunken exaggeration from useful detail. Not perfectly, of course. No one ever does. But war made people skilled at hearing. The oath might be debated in that tavern for nights before a man stood before the paper. One man says signing means nothing if forced. Another says God hears forced oaths too. A third says the British cannot protect everyone who signs. A fourth says the rebels will confiscate the property of those who do. A loyalist says lawful subjects should not hesitate. A patriot says only cowards submit. The landlord says prices have ruined everyone and asks whether anyone intends to pay his account. That last sentence may be the most honest thing said all evening. Debt tied people together in ways occupation exploited. Many tavern customers drank on credit. Merchants extended credit. Farmers owed shopkeepers. Shopkeepers owed suppliers. War strained all of it. A man in debt to a loyalist merchant might fear being reported. A landlord with unpaid accounts might curry favour with whoever could enforce payment. An oath could affect credit. A man under British protection might be trusted by British suppliers and shunned by patriot neighbours. A man suspected of rebellion might find no one willing to extend him flour. Politics entered the ledger. The ledger entered politics. The church and tavern also shaped reputation differently. In church, people saw whether you appeared respectable. In the tavern, they heard whether you were reliable. A man who prayed publicly but spoke recklessly after dark might be judged dangerous. A man who avoided worship but never betrayed a confidence might be trusted more than his piety suggested. A woman might not spend evenings in the tavern, but she still heard what was said there through husbands, sons, servants, apprentices, and customers. The tavern's talk came home and sat at the family table the next morning. The church's prayers came home too. Between them, the public life of the town entered every household. Women were not absent from this world, even when they were excluded from many formal spaces. They heard the church prayer. They watched who took the oath. They sent men to the tavern with warnings and received them back with news. Tavern keepers' wives often worked in the business, serving, cleaning, cooking, hearing, remembering. A woman taking in washing from officers might learn more than a man drinking with them. A widow running a public house had to navigate soldiers, locals, credit, suspicion, and survival with extraordinary care. Women might not always stand at the oath table, depending on the law and circumstance, but they lived with the consequences of the signatures men made. If a husband signed, the household was marked. If he refused, the household bore the risk. If he fled, the wife answered questions at the door. Children understood the church bell before they understood the oath. They knew the bell meant stop, come, listen, gather. Under occupation, they learned that adults stiffened at certain sounds. A bell at the wrong hour, boots near the churchyard, drums outside the tavern, a shout from the square. They learned which fathers had taken the oath because children hear what adults try to hide. They repeated names in play, not understanding that names had become dangerous. A boy might stage a pretend trial behind a barn. A girl might ask why Mr. Carter bowed to the British officer if everyone used to say he was for liberty. The questions of children could cut through adult excuses with terrible simplicity. There were punishments attached to allegiance, and the town knew enough to fear them. Refusing an oath could mean loss of protection, restriction of movement, suspicion, imprisonment, or confiscation depending on which authority controlled the place, and how harshly it chose to act. Taking the wrong oath could later mean fines, exile, property seizure, public humiliation, or violence when power shifted. Loyalists in patriot-controlled areas sometimes faced committees, mobs, confiscation laws, and banishment. Patriots in British-controlled areas could be jailed, paroled, pressured, or worse if accused of spying or aiding the enemy. In an occupied town, people did not need the full list of possible punishments. They needed only one example. One man taken away, one shop closed, one family forced out. One notice posted. After that, imagination handled the rest. The churchyard often held the town's dead, which added another layer to the question of loyalty. People walked past graves of parents and grandparents on the way to hear prayers shaped by a war those dead had not known. The stones reminded them that families had been in this place before armies came and would remain after armies left, unless the war scattered them. A loyalist and a patriot might both have ancestors buried in the same ground. That fact did not prevent hatred, but it complicated it. Civil conflict is hardest where memory is shared. The church bell rang over people whose roots crossed political lines beneath the soil. At the tavern, maps might be spread. Not always official maps, sometimes rough sketches. Roads, creeks, mills, farms, ferries, woods, places where militia might gather, places where foraging parties had been fired upon. Local knowledge was valuable. A British officer could have formal maps and still need a man who knew which bridge washed out in spring. A loyalist guide could become powerful because he translated home ground into military advantage. That made him useful to the army and hated by some neighbours. A patriot spy could do the same in reverse, carrying from tavern talk to militia camp, the kind of detail no general could guess from a distance. The oath table, the church pew, and the tavern bench formed a triangle of pressure. In the church, a person's soul and public respectability were tested. In the tavern, his speech and associations were tested. At the oath table, his name was fixed to a side, at least on paper. But real human beings did not fit neatly inside those tests. A man might pray for the king because he could not bear to alter the old words, while secretly helping patriot prisoners. Another might toast liberty in the tavern, and then sign a British protection because he feared for his children. Another might refuse all oaths on religious grounds and be despised by everyone for a courage no one recognised as courage. Another might sign anything put before him and mean none of it. Occupation created records that looked clear later and lives that were not clear while being lived. I want to pause on that for a moment because it is easy, from a safe distance, to judge people by the side they appear to have taken. We like courage that announces itself. We like betrayal that looks obvious. But in an occupied town, many choices were made with soldiers nearby, children hungry, property exposed, and the future unknowable. That does not mean all choices were equal. Some people informed maliciously. Some profited from fear. Some betrayed neighbours. Some acted with real bravery at great cost. But many were simply trying to keep their families intact while history demanded a clean answer from people living in dirty circumstances. As night deepened, the church grew dark sooner than the tavern. That contrast mattered. The church, unless a meeting was called or a guard posted, returned to silence. The tavern stayed awake. Men came and went. Hooves stopped outside. A soldier sang badly. Someone slammed a cup down. Someone laughed too loudly. Someone in the corner listened without drinking much. The landlord watched the door. A rumour arrived that an oath would be demanded from all adult men by the end of the week. Another rumour said those who signed would be issued protection papers. Another said protection papers would be worthless if the Continental Army returned. Another said a man from the next town had been tarred for signing. Another said the British had lists already. None of these rumours had to be fully true to affect the room. Men left the tavern carrying them like sparks. Back at home, wives waited for those sparks. A man returning from the tavern might bring news, danger, drink, or all three. Or he might speak too loudly in the entry, and his wife would hush him because soldiers were quartered in the back room. He might say he would never sign, and she might ask whether he intended the children to eat courage for breakfast. He might say signing meant nothing, and she might ask whether he intended to lie before God. He might say everyone else was signing, and she might ask which everyone. Marriages in occupied towns had to hold political fear alongside ordinary fatigue. The argument over an oath could happen while a baby cried, while a pot needed washing, while a soldier coughed in the next room while the candle burned down. The next Sunday the church bell would ring again, if it was allowed to ring. People would come, or not come, and each choice would be noticed. The minister would choose his words. The congregation would choose its faces. The tavern would reopen after worship or later in the day, depending on local custom, and men would discuss what the minister had meant, because sermons in wartime were rarely allowed to remain sermons. The oath would wait in some public room, on a table, with ink dark in the well and a list of names beside it. One by one, the townspeople would be pulled toward a decision, or toward an evasion that was itself a decision. And while adults wrestled with prayers, papers, rumours and public loyalty, children moved through the same town, absorbing all of it in ways no one could fully control. They heard bells and drums together. They saw their fathers hesitate. They saw their mothers hide letters. They learned which songs not to sing, which names not to repeat, which soldiers to avoid, which neighbours no longer entered the house. They played near the edges of military power because children always find places to play, even in frightened towns. The occupation that adults experienced as politics and survival became, for the young, the atmosphere of growing up, shaping their games, their fears, their loyalties, and the stories they would carry long after the bell stopped ringing and the tavern door closed behind the last man still arguing about the oath. Children do not experience occupation as a political argument first. That comes later, if it comes at all. They experience it as a change in where they are allowed to stand. They experience it as a hand on the shoulder pulling them back from the window. They experience it as being told not to sing a song they sang last week, not to repeat a name they heard at table, not to run down a street that used to be safe, not to ask why their father lowered his voice when a neighbour came in. For adults, an occupied town was a place of loyalty, law, property, danger, and survival. For children, it was a map that kept changing. One day the road to the mill was ordinary. The next day it had soldiers on it. One week the tavern door was a place where boys might linger outside and listen to men talking. The next week a mother might say, "Do not go near there." One month the churchyard was where children chased each other after service until an adult scolded them. The next month it was where officers stood speaking to local men, and the children were told to keep walking. The world of childhood did not vanish under occupation. It narrowed, shifted, and filled with rules that adults could not always explain fully because explaining too much was itself dangerous. To understand children in an occupied revolutionary town, we have to remember that childhood in the 18th century was already very different from what many of us imagine today. Children were loved, certainly, but they were also expected to become useful early. A child of 7 or 8 might fetch water, mind younger siblings, carry kindling, gather eggs, weed a kitchen garden, watch animals, run errands, help spin, card wool, sweep floors, carry messages, or assist in a shop. A boy apprenticed to a trade might leave home young and live under the authority of a master. A girl might be placed in another household to help with domestic work. Enslaved children in towns and farms across the colonies were made useful even earlier, sent on errands, trained into labour, watched closely, and denied the protections that white families claimed for their own children. So when an army occupied a town, it did not interrupt a soft, idle childhood. It entered a childhood already full of work and obedience, then made that work more dangerous. The errand became one of the most important parts of a child's wartime life. In ordinary times, sending a child to the baker, the well, the market, the neighbour's house, the shop, or the church was practical. Under occupation, that same errand became a test. A child could move through town with less suspicion than an adult, but not with no suspicion. Soldiers might joke with him, stop him, ask what was in the basket, ask where he lived, ask who his father was, ask whether there were rebel soldiers nearby. A child might be too frightened to answer, or too eager, or too honest. Parents knew this. Before sending a child out, they had to give instructions that sounded simple enough to remember and vague enough to protect the household. Do not talk to soldiers. If a soldier talks to you, be polite. Do not be rude. Do not answer questions. If he asks where your father is, say he is away. Do not say where. Do not go by the tavern. If the bridge is guarded, come back. If Mrs. Bell gives you a paper, hide it under the onions. If anyone asks, you're only bringing thread. Come straight home. Do not run unless you must. If you run, people will notice. That is a great deal to put inside a child's head before breakfast. And yet children learned. They learned because children are built to learn the rules of the place they live in, even when the rules are unfair or frightening. A boy who was careless on Monday might be sharp by Friday if he had seen a neighbour searched. A girl who once chattered through every errand might become quiet after hearing her mother cry behind the pantry door. Children in occupied towns became students of adult fear. They saw which questions made the room change. They noticed when a letter was hidden. They noticed when a name was replaced with a phrase. They noticed when a father's boots were muddy, though he claimed he had not left the house. They noticed when their mother gave food to a soldier with a smile that did not reach her eyes. This did not mean they understood the revolution in the way adults claim to understand it. Some did, especially older children in politically active households. A 13-year-old boy might know very well what independence meant, or at least what his family said it meant. He might have read scraps of newspapers, heard tavern talk, watched militia drilling, repeated lines about liberty, and dreamed of carrying a musket. A 14-year-old apprentice might be old enough to serve as a messenger, a drummer, a camp servant, or eventually a soldier, depending on circumstances. But younger children often understood the war in pieces. Red coats mean trouble. Blue coats mean father's friends, unless mother says not to trust anyone in uniform. The king is bad, unless grandfather says the king is lawful. Washington is good, unless the loyalist family across the street says Washington brings ruin. Hessians are frightening because adults say the word in a certain voice. Militia are brave when they are ours, dangerous when they come at night demanding supplies. The child's political world was built from tone before it was built from doctrine. In a town held by British forces, the sight of military children could complicate everything. Not every young person near an army was local. Armies contained drummer boys, fifers, servants, apprentices, refugees, and children attached to camp followers. A British drummer boy might be barely older than the children watching him. He wore a uniform, beat time for marching men, carried himself with practised importance, and yet his face might still be round with childhood. Local children could stare at him with envy, pity, fear, or fascination. He belonged to the occupying force, but he was also a child far from home, perhaps hungry, tired, and disciplined by men who did not treat him gently. War placed children on both sides of the street and gave them symbols before they had grown into their bodies. The drums themselves mattered. In the 18th century army, drums were not decoration. They communicated. They marked time, movement, assembly, alarm, discipline. Arm. A child in an occupied town learned the drum calls the way he once learned the church bell. He might not know the official names, but he knew what the sounds meant in practice. That roll means men are gathering. That beat means they are marching. That sound at an odd hour means something has happened. The drum could wake a child from sleep and make him sit upright before he knew why. Later in life, long after the war, a certain rhythm might still bring back the feeling of a town holding its breath. Schooling became uncertain. In some towns, schools continued in reduced form. In others, buildings were taken for military use, teachers fled, families withdrew children for safety, or the need for labour became too great. A schoolhouse could become quarters, storage, a guardroom, or a hospital. A schoolmaster might be suspected because he had opinions, because schoolmasters often read newspapers, wrote letters, and knew too many families. If he was patriot, British occupation endangered him. If he was loyalist, patriot neighbours might have already distrusted him. Lessons, if they continued, took place in a world where the alphabet might sit beside politics. Children copied moral sayings about obedience while adults argued over obedience to whom. They practiced handwriting while fathers worried what signatures might cost. They learned scripture while ministers struggled over prayers for the king. Even education became divided by the war around it. Books for children in the 18th century often took death, sin, obedience and judgment seriously in ways that would startle many modern readers. That older severity met wartime fear and became part of the atmosphere. Children were told to obey parents, masters, God, and lawful authority, but the revolution had made authority contested. A patriot father might teach obedience in the household while defying the king. A loyalist father might teach obedience to the king while hiding from patriot committees. When the town changed hands, a child could see the contradiction without having language for it. Adults said obedience was good, but also said some commands must be resisted. Adults said lying was sinful, but told children what not to reveal if soldiers asked. The occupied town did not make moral instruction impossible, it made it complicated. Play changed too. Children play with what frightens them because play is one of the ways they handle fear. Boys marched with sticks over their shoulders. They argued over who would be Washington and who would be the British. They staged ambushes behind barns, used stones as cannon, built forts from firewood, and shouted words they barely understood. In patriot families, a boy forced to play the redcoat might protest. In loyalist families, the reverse could happen. Mixed groups of children might reproduce the divisions of their parents, sometimes joking, sometimes not. A game could become a quarrel. A quarrel could bring adults running because a child shouting "traitor" in the street might not remain a child's word for long. Girls played war differently, though not always as differently as adults expected. They overheard the same rumours, they saw the same soldiers. They might play at hiding letters, nursing wounded dolls, feeding armies, or fleeing with bundles. They might turn the domestic tasks assigned to them into wartime imitation. A doll wrapped in cloth becomes a baby carried away from soldiers. A scrap of paper hidden in a basket becomes a secret message. A playhouse becomes a quartered home where one child orders another to give up the best bed. Children imitate the adult world, and the adult world had become occupation. The presence of two armies, or the possibility of two armies, gave children a strange kind of double vision. The British might hold the town, but the Continental Army existed in stories, letters, rumours, and sometimes in distant movement beyond the lines. Militia might be nearby. A father might be with them. An uncle might visit after dark. A cousin might have been wounded. The child living under British occupation might still belong emotionally to an army he rarely saw. A continental soldier passing secretly through town could become a hero in memory because he came and went like a figure from a hidden world. But if Patriot forces returned openly, that too could be frightening. They brought their own demands, their own hunger, their own anger at collaborators, their own questions about who had signed oaths or sold supplies. For a child, one army was in the street and the other was in the adults' whispers, and both could enter the house. There were children whose families were loyalist, and their experience must be taken seriously as well. A loyalist child in a patriot-leaning town might have already learned fear before British troops arrived. He might have heard insults thrown at his father, seen windows broken, watched his mother avoid certain neighbours, or been told not to repeat family opinions outside. When British soldiers came, that child might feel relief. He might feel proud. He might look at the red coats as protectors. But protection could be temporary, and children understand temporary safety imperfectly. If the British later withdrew, that same child might become afraid again. Other children might call him Tory. Adults might punish his family economically or socially. Childhood loyalty was often inherited before it was chosen, and children paid for family allegiance without having shaped it. Patriot children experienced a similar inheritance. A boy whose father served in the Continental Army might be treated with suspicion by occupying soldiers. A girl whose older brother had joined the militia might be told to say he was away at work. A child might carry pride and fear together, boasting in private that father was fighting for liberty, while terrified every time soldiers knocked. The absence of men shaped many households. Fathers, brothers, uncles, apprentices and hired men could be away with armies, imprisoned, dead, hiding or prevented from returning. Children grew around empty places at the table. They learned to measure time by letters that might not come. Some children lived close to imprisonment. Occupied towns often held prisoners, and the Revolutionary War produced grim prison conditions, especially in places like British-held New York, where prison ships and crowded facilities became infamous for sickness and death. Even in smaller towns, a jail, church, warehouse, or guardhouse might hold captured men. A child walking past could hear coughing, chains, voices, prayers, or nothing at all. If a relative was imprisoned, the place became part of family life. Food might be carried there if allowed. Messages might be attempted. Children might be used because they were less threatening, though not safe from being stopped. To a child, a prison in town could become one of the landmarks of childhood, like the well or the church, except surrounded by adult sorrow. Disease was another army that moved between the armies. Smallpox was one of the great terrors of the era. Armies spread disease because men travelled, crowded together, and carried infection into places already strained. Children were vulnerable, and parents feared outbreaks as much as soldiers, sometimes more. Inoculation existed, but it carried risks and controversies, and wartime conditions made decisions harder. A household under occupation might fear a sick soldier, quartered inside not only because he suffered, but because fever could move from his blanket to the children. A hospital established in a church or schoolhouse could make nearby families anxious. Children were told not to go near certain buildings, not to touch discarded cloth, not to drink from a questionable source. Whether they obeyed depended on age, curiosity, and hunger. Hunger shaped children's memories powerfully. Adults might frame the war in terms of liberty, rights, empire, rebellion, lawful authority or independence. Children remembered bread. They remembered when portions grew smaller. They remembered being told they had eaten enough when they had not. They remembered the taste of cornmeal without butter, the excitement of meat, the anger when soldiers took apples, the smell of bread from a bakery supplying the army while local families waited. They remembered food because children are honest historians of the body. A political cause can be noble, but a hungry child experiences nobility through the stomach first. The children of enslaved families and enslaved households faced the war in ways that require special care. For an enslaved child, occupation could mean disruption of the household that claimed ownership over him, but not necessarily protection. If British troops were nearby and adults whispered about escape, a child might not understand whether movement meant freedom, separation, danger, or all three. Enslaved parents faced agonizing choices. To flee toward British lines could offer possibility, but also disease, military labour, betrayal, or the loss of children if the flight failed. To stay meant continued bondage and perhaps punishment if the enslaver suspected disloyalty. Enslaved children heard the word liberty in white mouths constantly during the Revolution. Some may have wondered, in whatever terms a child could form, why that word did not automatically reach them. The occupied town was full of talk about freedom, but freedom did not arrive evenly. Free black children in towns also watched carefully. Their parents might work on docks, in households, in trades, in service, or as labourers. Military occupation could bring employment, suspicion, and danger at once. Black movement through town was often more scrutinised than white movement, yet black residents could also possess vital knowledge of streets, kitchens, stables, waterfronts, and military routines. A child in such a family might learn early that safety depended on reading faces, avoiding groups of soldiers, knowing when to answer respectfully, and knowing when to disappear. Childhood under occupation was not one story. Race and status shaped every path through the same street. Some children became refugees without understanding the word. Families fled occupied towns or sent children away to relatives in the countryside. A child might be awakened before dawn, told to dress quickly, given a bundle, and led out by a back road. Adults might say it was only for a short visit. The child might know they were lying because the mother cried while packing. Leaving home in wartime meant leaving toys, animals, friends, familiar beds, sometimes a father or older brother. The countryside might be safer from soldiers or more exposed to foraging parties, militia raids and shortages. A displaced child learned that home was not guaranteed by walls. It could be lost because adults with maps and orders decided where armies would stand. Other children stayed and learned the soldiers as part of the street. That is one of the sadder forms of adaptation. The extraordinary becomes ordinary because the mind cannot remain startled forever. A sentry at the corner becomes someone to walk around. A drum at dawn becomes part of waking. Quartered men become those men in the back room. A curfew becomes the shape of evening. Children may even feel bored under occupation, and that boredom should not surprise us. Fear repeated daily can become dull. A boy may complain that nothing ever happens, while his mother privately gives thanks for exactly that. Adults understand that uneventful days are mercies. Children often do not. There were moments when children's usefulness made adults put them in danger deliberately. A small child could carry a note sewn into clothing or tucked under food. An older child could watch troop movements from a hill while pretending to gather berries. A girl could enter a house with laundry and leave with news. A boy could lead a horse by one road and notice whether another road was guarded. We should not romanticize this too quickly. Yes, young people showed courage. Yes, some helped the patriot cause or loyalist networks, or simply their families with remarkable nerve. But the use of children in wartime also tells us how deeply the war had entered civilian life. When adults ask children to be invisible, it is because the world has become too dangerous for honest movement. The emotional life of these children is hard to recover because children rarely left full records in their own voices. We find them in adult diaries, pension applications written decades later, family stories, court records, church records, and the traces left by events around them. But we can still understand some of what they carried. They carried fear of separation, fear of soldiers, fear of saying the wrong thing, fear of hunger, fear of sickness, fear of fathers not returning, fear of being sent away. They also carried excitement, because children can feel excitement in the middle of danger, and then feel guilty only if adults teach them to. A marching army is terrifying and fascinating. A drum is frightening and thrilling. A secret is burdensome and important. A child chosen to carry a message may feel proud before he feels afraid. They also carried loyalties in forms simpler and sometimes stronger than adult politics. They were loyal to whoever fed them, protected them, frightened them least, or belonged to their family. A child might hate the British because a British soldier took the family cow. Another might like a British soldier because he shared food and carved a whistle. A child might adore a patriot uncle who visited secretly and never know that he had threatened loyalist neighbours. Children's moral worlds are built from faces before causes. Later, as adults, they might reshape memory into the cleaner language of patriotism or loyalty. But at the time, much of what they knew was personal. As the occupation continued, children grew older inside it. A 12-year-old at the arrival of troops might be 14 before the town was free of them. Those are not small years. That is the difference between childhood and apprenticeship, between errands and heavier labour, between listening and being expected to decide. A boy who began the occupation playing at soldiers might end it old enough to join them. A girl who began it watching her mother hide food might end it managing the household stores herself. An enslaved child who began it under close household control might end it having seen enough movement, rumour and possibility to understand that the world beyond bondage existed, even if it remained dangerous. War did not pause their growing, it shaped the direction of it. At night, after the table was cleared and adults lowered their voices, children lay awake with the town sounds around them, the boots outside, the horse shifting in the street, a drunk soldier singing near the tavern, a bell ringing at an odd hour, a wagon moving late, a whispered argument between parents, a baby coughing, a musket butt striking a door somewhere down the lane. They did not always know what these sounds meant, which made them larger. Darkness gave every noise more room. A child might imagine soldiers entering, armies fighting in the street, father returning, father not returning, the house searched, the hidden letter found, the family sent away. Sleep came eventually because children sleep even in hard times, but it came through layers of listening, and still the next morning they woke and did the things children do. They quarrelled over small objects. They were hungry. They forgot instructions and remembered them at the worst moment. They laughed at something adults did not find funny. They made games from danger. They asked questions too directly. They grew. The occupied town tried to turn them into careful little witnesses, and in many ways it succeeded. But it could not make them only witnesses. They remained children, which meant they carried fear and curiosity together, grief and play together, obedience and impulse together. By the time these children became adults, some would tell the war as a grand struggle they had been proud to witness. Some would remember confusion more than glory. Some would remember hunger. Some would remember a soldier's kindness and another soldier's cruelty. Some would remember the oath their father took or refused. Some would remember the day their family left town. Some would remember the sound of the church bell under guard. Some would remember being told not to speak. And perhaps many of them, hearing boots on a road years later in some entirely different season of life, would feel for one instant that they were back in the house of their childhood, lying still in the dark, listening as the occupied town changed again after sunset. After sunset, the occupied town became easier to hear than to see. That was one of the things people had to live with. Daylight gave the town shapes. Houses, fences, market stalls, the church steeple, the tavern sign, the guard at the corner, the wagons near headquarters, the soldiers standing by the public building, the familiar turn in the road where children had once run without thinking. But night took those shapes away, one by one. It did not remove the occupation. It made it harder to measure. The army was still there. The sentries were still posted. The strangers were still sleeping in borrowed rooms. The tavern was still glowing. The churchyard was still under the same sky. But after dark, all of it came to the household through sound. And sound in the 18th century had more authority than it does now. Modern life covers sound constantly. A refrigerator hums, a heater clicks on, Cars move in the distance, phones vibrate, pipes knock, streetlights make night less complete, and screens give the eyes something to do. In a revolutionary town, after the candles were blown out or pinched carefully to save the wick, after the fire was banked low, after shutters were fastened and doors barred, there was much less between a person and the sounds outside. A family lying in the dark could hear the town breathing. They could hear boots on frozen dirt. They could hear a horse shifting its weight. They could hear a drunk man's laugh carry too far. They could hear a cartwheel strike a stone and wonder why a cart was moving at that hour. They could hear a knock at someone else's door and feel the fear of it before knowing whose door had been struck. That is where the occupied night begins, not with darkness alone, but with listening. Inside the house, the evening tasks had been done as well as they could be. The table scraped, the pot covered, the children settled or ordered to settle, the best things hidden badly or well, the hearth reduced to coals because wood was not to be wasted. If soldiers were quartered in the house, they might be in the back room, the loft, the shop space, or near the hearth itself, depending on the arrangement and the size of the house. If an officer was lodged there might be a candle still burning in the better room while he wrote, read orders, cleaned a pistol, spoke with a visitor, or simply enjoyed the privilege of using light longer than the family would have dared. That single candle could become irritating in a way hard to explain unless you have lived with scarcity. The family made the candle, the family bought it, the family counted what remained. The officer burned it because his work required it, and perhaps it did. But necessity sounds different when it consumes someone else's store. The first sounds after supper were domestic. A chair moved, a child whispered, a mother hushed him, the creak of a bed rope under weight, a cough, a cup set down, a soldier unbuckling equipment, the scrape of metal against wood, the small thud of boots being pulled off and dropped. If the soldier was careful, the sound was modest. If he was tired or careless, it filled the room. A musket placed near a wall made a particular sound, wood and metal meeting plaster or plank, and that sound could change the whole feeling of a house. A weapon in the room did not need to be pointed at anyone to matter. It only had to be present. Then came the sounds from the street. Patrols did not always move constantly, but when they did, people learned their pattern. 2 men passing together, 3, a sentry calling softly to another, a challenge at a corner, the answer, sometimes too low to make out. If the town was large enough or the occupation strict enough, there might be formal rounds, a watch moving through the streets to enforce curfew or prevent movement. The sound of a patrol could be reassuring if it passed by. It could be terrifying if it slowed. Families lying awake learned to hear the difference between passing footsteps and approaching footsteps. Passing footsteps had rhythm. Approaching footsteps broke rhythm near the door. A knock after dark did not belong to ordinary life. Not in the same way. In a town under occupation, a knock after dark could mean an officer with a question, soldiers searching for a person, a neighbour warning of danger, a messenger from outside the lines, a child sent too late, a drunk man mistaken in his door, or a patrol demanding to know why a light was burning. Before the door opened, the household had to decide what kind of world stood outside. The father, if present, might rise first. If he was absent, the mother rose, and that carried its own fear. The children would be told not to move. A hidden paper might be pushed deeper under bedding. A candle might be lit or deliberately not lit. The bar on the door lifted with a sound everyone in the room heard as clearly as a bell. Sometimes the knock was not at their door. That could be worse in a slower way. A knock down the lane, a man's voice, a woman answering, a pause, boots entering, then muffled movement. Everyone in nearby houses listened and tried not to appear to be listening, though in the dark appearances mattered less. By morning the town would know more, or think it knew more. Someone searched, someone arrested, someone warned, someone only asked for directions. At night, before facts arrived, fear supplied the rest. the tavern gave the night some of its loudest sounds. In many occupied towns, the tavern remained active because soldiers, officers, travellers, local men, teamsters and informers all had reasons to gather there. Even if curfew limited ordinary movement, taverns connected to military use might stay alive later than households wished. The sound of men leaving a tavern after drink is different from men marching. Their steps spread out, their voices rise and fall. They laugh at the wrong hour, a mug breaks. Someone sings a line of a song and forgets the next. A soldier calls for another to come along. A local man says something sharp and is told to be quiet. A horse is untied. A body stumbles against a fence. To a child lying in a loft, such sounds could seem both exciting and frightening, part of an adult world that had become too close. Songs were especially dangerous after dark because they travelled beyond the singer's intention. A loyalist song sung in a tavern could drift toward patriot households and feel like insult. A patriot tune hummed too boldly in the street could bring trouble if soldiers heard it. Soldiers had their own songs, sometimes bawdy, sometimes sentimental, sometimes marching songs that reminded them of home or regiment. German troops might sing in German, which many townspeople could not understand, and unfamiliar words could sound harsher in the dark than they did by daylight. A homesick soldier singing softly might be no threat at all, but a family hearing foreign words outside the shutter could still tense. Night does not translate kindly. The church bell, if it rang after dark, had power over everyone. A bell at its usual hour could be part of order. A bell at the wrong hour meant alarm. Fire, attack, assembly, death, military command, some public emergency. People knew bells by context. A single toll might mean one thing, a rapid ringing another. Under occupation, the old meanings became unstable. Was the bell rung by townspeople or by order of the army? Was it calling help or demanding obedience? Was there a fire? Were the rebels near? Had someone escaped? Had a prisoner died? A bell in the night lifted people out of themselves. Even those who did not rise listened with the whole body. Fire was one of the great fears of any town built largely of wood. Under occupation, that fear increased. More soldiers meant more fires, more candles, more pipes, more careless sparks, more crowded rooms, more straw bedding, more kitchens working under pressure. A candle knocked over in a quartered room could destroy a house. A hearth poorly managed by men unfamiliar with it could send sparks into dry material. A barn used for military storage might hold hay, powder, or both in dangerous proximity. If someone shouted fire after dark, the town moved fast because fire cared nothing for allegiance. Loyalists and patriots, soldiers and civilians, free people and enslaved people, all understood that flames could run from roof to roof before politics had time to matter. The sound of fire alarm was chaotic. Doors opening, buckets grabbed, feet running, women calling children, men shouting locations, soldiers ordered into lines, horses panicking, bells ringing, water sloshing, someone coughing in smoke. A town under occupation might briefly become a single organism again, passing buckets, tearing down fences, pulling goods from houses, dragging bedding into the street. But even then, suspicion did not disappear. Was the fire accidental? Was it sabotage? Did rebels set it? Did drunken soldiers start it? Did someone use the confusion to escape, steal, hide papers, move arms, or settle an old grievance? Disaster could unite bodies while dividing minds. On quieter nights, animals made themselves heard. Horses were everywhere in a military town, and horses are never silent for long. They stamped, snorted, shifted, kicked stall boards, pulled at halters, chewed, coughed, and sometimes cried out in distress. A family that owned animals knew their own horses' sounds. Occupation added unfamiliar horses in yards, streets, stables, and makeshift shelters. Army horses could be poorly fed, overworked, and badly housed. A horse breaking loose at night could set off dogs, men, and more horses. A farmer hearing hoofbeats after dark might wonder whether an animal was being stolen or requisitioned or simply moved. Hoofbeats carried far in cold air, and everyone knew the value of what those hoofbeats might represent. Dogs were another problem. Dogs barked at strangers, and occupation filled the town with strangers. A useful dog could warn a household of movement, but too much barking could anger soldiers or draw attention. Some families may have kept dogs indoors more often, others relied on them. A dog barking at a patrol might be cursed, kicked, or worse. A dog that knew the family's absent son might give him away if he came secretly at night, whining with recognition when silence was needed. Even loyalty from an animal could become dangerous. Weather changed the night sounds. Rain softened footsteps but made wagons heavier. Mud sucked at boots and wheels. Snow could quiet the town so completely that a single step seemed important. Frozen ground carried sound sharply. Wind made shutters rattle and could disguise movement or invent it. A loose shutter in a gust might make a family think someone had touched the house. Branches against a wall became fingers in the imagination of a child. Cold made sentries stamp their feet and cough. Heat in summer kept windows and shutters more open, which meant private speech travelled more easily. Mosquitoes, flies, and the smell of waste made crowded military quarters more miserable. Night was never one thing. It changed with the season, and occupation changed with it. There were nights when distant gunfire could be heard. Not always battles. Sometimes a skirmish outside town, a sentry firing at movement, hunters, an accidental discharge, militia harassing an outpost, soldiers firing an alarm. The problem was not only the sound, but the uncertainty after it. 1 shot, then silence. 3 shots, then a shout too far away to understand. A volley in the distance, drums after, a horse running. A horse. People sat up in bed and waited for the next sound. If nothing followed, the imagination worked harder. Was the Continental Army near? Had someone been killed? Would soldiers search houses now? Would curfew tighten? Would prisoners be moved? Would the town wake to retaliation? Cannon were different. A cannon heard at night or near dawn had a physical authority no musket could match. Even distant cannon could be felt as much as heard, a low concussion in the chest, a reminder that armies beyond the town were moving with forces larger than household fear. In port towns, naval guns added another layer. A ship in the harbour firing a signal or engaging a target could make windows tremble. Residents of occupied coastal towns learned the difference between signal guns, salutes, alarms, and fighting if they heard them often enough. But uncertainty still lived in the first boom. A child awakened by cannon might cry before knowing why. An adult might begin counting the intervals. Military discipline also had sounds. The changing of guards, the call of sentries, drums for reveille at dawn, tattoo at night, assembly, alarm. Tattoo, in particular, marked the time when soldiers were to return to quarters, a sound tied to the closing of the military day. To civilians, it could become one more reminder that the town's time was no longer fully its own. The army beat time into the streets. It decided when men gathered, when they dispersed, when posts changed, when movement was allowed, when silence was expected. Before occupation, the church bell, the market, the sun, and household work had governed time. Now drums joined them, and drums belonged to command. Inside the homes, people developed habits of listening together. A husband and wife could hold a conversation in whispers while tracking the street without naming what they were doing. A pause in speech meant footsteps. A resumed sentence meant the footsteps passed. Children learn not to interrupt those pauses. In a room where soldiers slept, the family might communicate by looks instead of words. If a soldier turned over, everyone waited. If he snored, someone might risk saying what could not be said before. Snoring became useful. The absurdity of that should not make us miss the strain. A household's privacy depended on whether an exhausted stranger slept deeply enough. For people hiding in or near town, night was the only possible time to move. An absent son with militia connections, a messenger, a fugitive, a deserter, an enslaved person seeking freedom, a loyalist trying to leave before patriot neighbours returned, a prisoner escaping, a person carrying food to someone concealed. Night gave cover but not safety. Every sound mattered more when a person was trying not to be heard. A loose board, a dog, a cough, a gate latch, frozen leaves underfoot, the clink of a buckle, the small splash of a foot in a puddle. People today sometimes imagine night travel as romantic, guided by stars and courage. In an occupied town, night travel was practical terror. The person moving through it had to know which sentries were alert, which alleys held mud, which houses had dogs, which neighbours might help, which might report, and whether the moon was friend or enemy. Moonlight could expose as much as it guided. A full moon over snow could make a town almost bright enough to read shapes clearly. That helped patrols. It helped anyone watching from a window. A dark moon helped movement but made every step more uncertain. Lanterns were risky. A lantern announced presence. A covered lantern or shaded candle could help, but light leaks. Soldiers knew to watch for it. Families knew that a light moving where none should move could bring questions. Darkness was both shield and trap. Prisoners added some of the most haunting sounds if they were held nearby. Coughing from a makeshift jail, men calling for water. A hymn sung low, chains in some places, guards answering harshly. The Revolutionary War's prisons varied, but crowding, hunger, cold, and disease were common enough that civilians near detention sites could not pretend not to know suffering was close. In British-held New York especially, the prison ships became infamous. But even smaller occupied towns could have temporary holding rooms, where captured militia, suspected spies, deserters, or civilians waited under guard. A child hearing a prisoner call out at night might ask who it was. An adult might say, "No one you know," whether or not that was true. Hospitals made another kind of night. If a church, schoolhouse, warehouse, or private home had been turned into a place for the sick and wounded, the sounds could carry in waves. Groans, fevered talk, men asking for mothers, wives, water, God. Surgeons moving, buckets, vomiting, coughing that would not stop, prayers, the sudden silence after a long struggle. Townspeople living nearby might grow accustomed to these sounds and hate themselves a little for growing accustomed. Compassion can be exhausted by repetition, but sound keeps asking for it. There were also the quieter sounds of ordinary misery. A baby crying because milk was short. A mother trying to soothe him before he woke soldiers. A child with fever. An old man coughing through the damp. A wife crying softly after news from the tavern. A father moving coins on a table, counting and recounting as if arithmetic might produce more. A servant scrubbing late because officers required linen in the morning. An enslaved woman whispering to someone through a back window about a chance to flee, or about someone who tried and was caught, or about rumours that British lines might take them in. Occupation did not create all sorrow, but it made sorrow listen for footsteps. Sometimes the night produced laughter, and that could feel almost offensive. Soldiers laughing in a room taken from a family, officers laughing over wine while townspeople worried about flour, young men laughing at the tavern after saying things they would deny in daylight, children stifling giggles in a loft because one of them made a face at the sound of a soldier snoring. Laughter did not mean the situation was easy. It meant people remained human. But under occupation, even laughter had location. Who was laughing? At whose expense? Loud enough for whom to hear? A laugh from the wrong mouth could become an insult. If a curfew was imposed, night took on a more formal boundary. Curfew did not have to mean every person vanished indoors at the same hour in every town, but military authorities could restrict movement after dark, and residents understood the danger of being abroad without cause. The practical effect was that streets emptied earlier, and any movement became suspicious by default. A midwife called to a birth had to explain herself. A doctor summoned to a fever had to pass a guard. A person carrying water or medicine might be stopped. A man visiting a neighbour might be accused of conspiracy. Curfew turned necessity into something that required permission. Birth did not wait for occupation. Somewhere in such a town a woman could go into labour after dark while patrols moved outside. The midwife, if she came, had to pass through the occupied night with her bag, her cloak, perhaps a lantern, perhaps a young helper. She might be known well enough to pass. She might still be questioned. Inside the birth room, women gathered if possible, shutting out the war as much as any room could. But even there, drums, boots and voices might come through the wall. A child born in an occupied town entered the world to sounds his mother would never forget. The cry of the newborn might be the best sound in the house, and still need to be quieted quickly, because strangers were sleeping nearby. Death also moved at night, A person might die of fever, wounds, age, childbirth, hunger or grief sharpened by war. In normal times, death had rituals: washing, watching, prayers, neighbours coming, bells, burial. Under occupation, those rituals could be disrupted, movement restricted, coffins harder to obtain, clergy watched or absent, families divided by lines. A night death in an occupied town meant grief had to negotiate with military order. Even mourning could not assume freedom. The night watch of the occupying army had its own fear too. It is easy to forget that sentries were frightened. A young soldier standing in a dark American town did not know which shutter hid a musket, which alley led to attack, which civilians smile in daylight-covered hatred, which sound was a pig in a yard and which was a man with a knife. Sentry duty was dangerous. Armies punished sleeping at posts severely because one sleeping guard could endanger many. So the soldier stamped his feet, shifted his musket, challenged shadows, listened to dogs, cursed the cold, and perhaps wished himself home. His fear did not cancel civilian fear. It added to the night. Frightened armed men are rarely comforting. This is why accidental violence was always possible. A civilian moving for a legitimate reason might fail to answer a challenge quickly enough. A sentry might fire at a shape. A drunk soldier might mistake a doorway. A nervous householder might reach for a weapon. A dog might startle a patrol. Darkness compresses time. Decisions that would be clarified in daylight become irreversible in seconds. By morning, there might be explanations. At night, there is only the shot. Not every night was dramatic. Most were probably not. That is important. The true burden of occupation was not that every night brought arrest, fire, escape, or gunfire. It was that every night might. Families could spend 10 nights listening to footsteps that pass by, and still be unable to stop listening on the 11th. The body does not relax because danger failed to arrive yesterday. It learns the habit of readiness. That habit is exhausting. People woke tired not only because beds were crowded, soldiers snored, babies cried, or fires needed tending, but because listening itself had become labour. Toward the deepest part of night, after taverns emptied and patrols settled into their rounds, there might come a brief stillness, the fire reduced to a dull red, the town's animals quieter, soldiers asleep, children finally heavy with dreams, a mother awake anyway, a father awake but pretending not to be. In that stillness, small sounds inside the house became large. A coal collapsing in the hearth, a mouse in the wall, a child turning under a blanket, a soldier breathing through his mouth, wind touching the shutter. These sounds belong to the same room, the same night, the same fragile shelter. For a few minutes the occupied town might seem suspended. Then, before dawn, the army began to wake. A cough outside, a sentry relieved, hooves, a drum. Not loud at first, perhaps, but enough. The sound that ended the night did not belong to the family. It belonged to the force occupying the town, soldiers rising, orders given, fires stirred, horses fed, wagons checked, doors opening, a kettle demanded, boots pulled on. The town returned from sound into shape, but the people inside the houses carried the night with them. They had heard too much and not enough. They knew something had moved near the tavern. They knew a wagon passed late. They knew a woman cried somewhere down the lane. They knew soldiers came to one door, but not why. By breakfast, rumour would begin its work again, taking the sounds of the night and turning them into stories, and those stories would not fall evenly. One family would say the patrols were searching for a spy, another would say a prisoner escaped, another would say nothing happened and people were frightening themselves. A loyalist would say the army kept order, a patriot would say the town was becoming a prison. A mother would say only that the children must stay near the house today. A servant would know more than she was asked to tell. An enslaved man might have heard the one sound that mattered most to him, a signal, a name, a route, a chance. The night had spoken in fragments, and the morning would sort them badly. This was the rhythm of an occupied town after dark. Not constant terror, not peaceful sleep, but a discipline of listening. Every bell, boot, wheel, whisper, cough, song, shot, and silence had to be weighed. The people who lived there became skilled in sounds the way sailors read wind or farmers read clouds. They knew when soldiers were drunk, when patrols were nervous, when horses were being moved, when a cart was too heavily loaded, when a neighbour's door had opened in fear rather than routine. They did not always know what those sounds meant, but they knew they mattered. And as daylight strengthened over the roofs and the town began another day under watch, the people carried more than fatigue into the street. They carried judgments formed in the dark. Which soldier had laughed outside whose house? Which neighbour had received a visitor after curfew? Which family burned a candle too late? Which man did not come home from the tavern when he should have? Night did not only frighten the town, it fed suspicion. It gave people half-seen evidence and half-heard truths, and in a place already divided by loyalty, hunger, oaths and fear, those fragments could settle into something harder by morning. Because the occupied town was not divided only between civilians and soldiers. It was divided within itself between loyalists and patriots, between old neighbours who still knew one another's childhood names, and between households that had once borrowed tools across fences before the war taught them to wonder who might report whom when the next knock came at the door. By morning, the sounds of the night had turned into opinions. That was how it worked in an occupied town. A wheel heard after curfew became a supply wagon in one house, an escape attempt in another, and proof of secret loyalist dealings in a third. A knock at the far end of the lane became an arrest before anyone knew who had opened the door. A candle burning late in an upstairs window became evidence that someone was writing to the enemy. A man who returned home after midnight became suspicious even if the truth was only that he had drunk too much and lost track of the hour. Occupation did not merely bring soldiers into a town. It taught civilians to build stories from fragments, and once people began doing that, every neighbour became a possible question. This is the part of the Revolutionary War that is hardest to make tidy. We often speak of the American Revolution as if the two sides were clearly separated, as if patriots lived in one emotional world and loyalists in another, as if the lines were drawn boldly enough for everyone to see. But in the towns themselves, especially towns under occupation or near shifting military lines, the situation was much more difficult. The war was not only British against American, it was neighbour against neighbour, cousin against cousin, creditor against debtor, tenant against landlord, apprentice against master, enslaved person against enslaver, old rival against old rival, and sometimes husband against wife, in ways that never reached the official record. People carried the larger war into relationships that already had histories. A loyalist was not one kind of person. That is the first thing to understand. Some were wealthy merchants whose trade depended on the British Empire, and who believed rebellion threatened order, credit, and prosperity. Some were Anglican clergy who had sworn loyalty to the crown, and could not simply set that aside because politics had changed around them. Some were recent immigrants who had no desire to take up arms against the government under which they had arrived. Some were enslaved people who saw British lines not as tyranny, but as possible freedom from patriot owners. Some were native people whose own political calculations were shaped by land, survival, and long experience with colonial expansion, though in a town like the one we are following, their presence might be indirect, carried in rumours, alliances and fears. Some loyalists sincerely believed Parliament and King represented lawful authority, and that the rebellion was dangerous, sinful or reckless. Others were loyalist because the Patriot Committee in their town had humiliated them, seized their goods, threatened their family, or demanded obedience in the name of liberty with methods that did not feel very free. And a patriot was not one kind of person either. Some were committed ideological revolutionaries who read pamphlets, followed debates, and believed deeply that the colonies had the right to govern themselves. Some were farmers tired of taxes, courts, fees, debts, and distant authority. Some were artisans who believed independence might open a different future. Some were men who joined the cause because their neighbours did, and because refusing would mark them. Some were women who ran farms, shops and households while male relatives served, and who developed political commitments through sacrifice rather than speech. Some patriots were brave, some were cruel, some were generous. Some informed on neighbours with as much eagerness as any loyalist informer. No side in a civil conflict contains only its best arguments. In an occupied town, these differences did not remain theoretical. They appeared in windows, shops, pews, doorways and market stalls. A man who had toasted the king openly before the war might now stand straighter when British officers passed. A woman whose husband served with the Continental Army might close her shutters when that man passed her house. A merchant who once extended credit to everyone might suddenly offer better terms to those under British protection. A blacksmith might refuse to work on a loyalist wagon, then do the work secretly at night because he needed the money. A baker might sell bread to the garrison and tell himself that flour spoiled if not used. A patriot neighbour might decide that explanation was too convenient. A loyalist neighbour might decide the baker had finally become sensible. The same loaf could feed 3 interpretations before it was eaten. Fear made memory sharper and less fair. People remembered old slights differently under occupation. The neighbour who had once cheated you over a boundary fence might now be described as having always been the sort to betray the town. The family that had kept to itself might now be called suspicious. The man who spoke carefully might be called sly. The woman who spoke too openly might be called dangerous. Politics gave people a vocabulary for grievances that were older than politics. This did not mean all accusations were false. Some people really did inform. Some really did guide soldiers to hidden stores. Some really did profit from occupation. But the war created a world in which truth and resentment travelled together, and no one could always separate them. Informing was one of the great poisons of the occupied town. It required no battlefield courage and could do enormous damage. A person could report that a neighbour had hidden arms, sheltered a rebel messenger, insulted the king, refused an oath, stored flour, passed intelligence, or planned escape. Sometimes the report was accurate, sometimes it was exaggerated, sometimes it was malicious. Sometimes it was given under pressure by someone frightened into speaking. Sometimes it was traded for protection, money, revenge, or the release of a relative. An occupying army depended on local knowledge, and local knowledge rarely came clean. It came from people with reasons. The fear of informers changed the interior of households. A family no longer worried only about soldiers searching the house. It worried about who might have told soldiers where to search. If a hidden musket was found, who knew? If a letter disappeared, who had seen it? If an officer asked directly about a son with the militia, who had mentioned the son's name? The mind begins to move in circles, a servant, a neighbour, a child. Neighbour. Oh. The man at the market. The loyalist cousin who visited last month. Suspicion is exhausting because it never finishes its work. It produces another question every time it seems to answer one. There were also patriot committees, and their memory mattered even in towns currently held by British troops. Before occupation, local committees of safety, inspection, or correspondence had monitored political behaviour in many communities. They enforced boycotts, questioned suspected loyalists, pressured people to sign associations, investigated trade, and sometimes sanctioned or exposed those who did not support the revolutionary cause. To patriots, these committees were necessary instruments of resistance and order. To loyalists, they could feel like intimidation by neighbours who had suddenly given themselves authority. When British troops entered a town, loyalists who had suffered under such committees might feel not only relief, but vindication. They might point out the men who had threatened them. They might demand repayment, apology, or punishment. The occupation did not create division from nothing. It reversed the direction of pressure. That reversal was frightening because everyone knew power could reverse again. A loyalist who denounced a patriot while British troops held the town had to wonder what would happen if the troops left. A patriot who stayed quiet under occupation had to wonder whether others would later mistake silence for weakness or collaboration. A neutral man who had tried to satisfy both sides could end by being trusted by neither. People watched the military situation not only as public news, but as personal weather. If the British seemed strong, loyalists spoke more confidently. If rumours suggested continental forces were near, patriots straightened. If the war's direction seemed uncertain, everyone became careful again. The family names mattered. In some towns, a few prominent families shaped local politics. One family might be known for patriot leadership, another for loyalist connections, another for caution, another for wealth too useful to offend openly. Marriage ties complicated every label. A woman might be married into a loyalist family while her brothers fought for independence. A man might serve the patriot cause while owing money to a loyalist merchant. A child might have grandparents on both sides. Public slogans make loyalty sound simple. Family ties make it difficult. You could hate a political position and still love the person at the table who held it, or at least remember loving them before the war made every disagreement dangerous. Women often carried these divisions in practical ways. A patriot wife might refuse to visit a loyalist neighbour, not because she had stopped caring entirely, but because visiting could be seen. A loyalist woman might find herself excluded from old sewing circles or welcomed again when British officers occupied the town. A widow might accept help from whichever neighbour offered it because hunger did not care about politics. Women exchanged food, medicines, childcare, news and warnings, and those exchanges became harder when allegiance entered them. A woman could dislike another woman's politics and still send broth when a child was sick. Or she could withhold help and later justify it as patriotism. Occupation tested not only public courage but ordinary mercy. The church became a place where these fractures showed without being fully spoken. People who had once shared pews now noticed who knelt, who stood, who said the responses, who avoided prayers for the king, who returned to worship after British arrival, who stayed away because soldiers attended. A loyalist family might reclaim its old pew with visible satisfaction. A patriot family might sit through the service with controlled faces. The minister might preach on unity because he could not safely preach on anything else. No one believed unity was simple. They could hear the strain in the sermon even if the words were harmless. The tavern made division louder. Men who would not speak directly in daylight might argue after drink. A loyalist might say the rebellion was nearly finished. A patriot might say the British held only what their bayonets touched. A cautious man might suggest waiting to see, which offended everyone. A soldier might laugh, and the laugh could turn an argument into a fight. Tavern keepers learned to interrupt early. A fresh mug offered at the right time, a joke about prices, a reminder that soldiers were listening, a request for payment. Anything to prevent a man from saying the sentence that would get him dragged out before morning. But fear did not silence all boldness. Some people grew sharper under pressure. A woman might refuse to curtsy to an officer's wife. A boy might chalk a patriot slogan on a wall and run. A loyalist might fly a small symbol from a window to show protection and defiance. A patriot might hide a continental cockade in a box. A sermon might include a biblical story whose meaning was obvious to everyone and deniable if questioned. A tavern song might be sung just softly enough. These gestures mattered emotionally even when they changed little materially. People under occupation needed ways to tell themselves they had not been swallowed whole. Of course, gestures could also be foolish. A chalked slogan could lead to a search. A whispered insult could become testimony. A hidden symbol could be found. A song could be overheard. Courage and recklessness often looked similar until the consequences arrived. Families argued about this constantly. Young men wanted to act. Mothers wanted them alive. Fathers wanted honour and safety at the same time, an impossible combination in some circumstances. Older people who had seen more of life might devise caution and be called cowards by those who had not yet paid for bravery. Every occupied town had these arguments, even if they happened behind doors. Property tied fear to law. Confiscation was a real threat in the revolutionary era. Patriot governments passed laws allowing the seizure of loyalist property in many places. British authorities could seize rebel property under their own claims of military necessity or treason. Houses, shops, land, animals, goods, tools, and debts all became vulnerable to politics. A prosperous loyalist under British occupation might still worry that if the Americans returned, his estate could be taken. A patriot merchant might fear British officers would seize his warehouse as rebel property. A poor person might own little enough to avoid formal confiscation, but still lose what mattered most: a cow, a chest of tools, a bed, a winter's wood. The law spoke grandly, but loss was counted at household scale. There were public punishments and private ones. Public punishments were remembered more easily: arrests, imprisonment, banishment, forced oaths, property seizures, public shaming, sometimes mob violence when formal control weakened. Private punishments could be quieter and longer lasting: refusal of credit, lost customers, broken engagements, children excluded from play, a family no longer invited to weddings, a widow left without help at harvest, a tradesman avoided, a rumour kept alive after evidence faded. Civil conflict makes memory into an institution. Long after soldiers leave, people remember who did not come when help was needed. The fear of being marked was constant. A man could be marked by signing an oath, a woman by receiving officers too politely, a shopkeeper by selling to the garrison, a farmer by refusing to sell, a minister by the words he used in prayer, a child by a careless song, an enslaved person by a whispered plan to flee, a servant by carrying a message, a family by the flag seen at its door or by the absence of a flag, or by the rumour that a flag had once been hidden in the attic. Some marks were official, many were social. The social ones were sometimes harder to erase. Loyalists themselves were afraid, even when British troops held the streets. That is worth saying clearly. It is easy to imagine them as simply protected by occupation, and some were for a time. But they lived with danger too. They feared Patriot retaliation. They feared British withdrawal. They feared being used by the army and abandoned by it. They feared neighbours who smiled because the British were present but would not smile later. They feared confiscation by revolutionary governments. They feared mobs. They feared exile. Many loyalists eventually left their homes, some temporarily, some forever, moving to British-held cities, Canada, the Caribbean, Britain, or other parts of the empire. To support the crown in a rebel society could mean losing the place where your family had lived for generations. Their cause may not be the one American national memory celebrates, but their fear was real. Patriots under occupation had their own fear, the fear of being trapped under the enemy's eye. They feared arrest, interrogation, forced oaths, seizure of goods, and the discovery of connections to the Continental Army or militia. They feared for absent relatives. They feared informers. They feared that their children might speak carelessly. They feared that survival itself might look like collaboration. A patriot woman feeding a quartered British soldier might feel anger, shame, and practicality all at once. A patriot man signing a parole promising not to take up arms might tell himself he would break it if the cause required it, then worry what such a promise meant before God. Occupation forced patriots to live in the uncomfortable distance between conviction and capacity. Neutral people were perhaps the most resented of all. Revolutions have little patience with people who want to be left alone. To patriots, neutrality could look like cowardice or hidden loyalism. To British authorities, neutrality could look like rebellion waiting for opportunity. Yet many people had strong reasons to avoid commitment. Religious pacifists, recent immigrants, poor labourers with no property and little trust in elites on either side, parents with sons vulnerable to military service, people living in contested areas where both armies passed through and punished assistance to the other. A neutral household might have a more accurate view of war's costs than the loudest patriots in the tavern, but accuracy did not protect it. When men with guns demand loyalty, "I want my children safe," rarely satisfies them. In the middle of all this were enslaved people, whose relationship to loyalist and patriot categories did not fit the usual frame. A patriot enslaver might speak passionately of liberty while holding people in bondage. A British officer might promise freedom to those escaping rebel owners, while still serving an empire deeply involved in slavery. A loyalist master might flee with enslaved people as property. An enslaved man might choose the British side not from love of empire, but because it offered a possible path out of enslavement. An enslaved woman might judge both sides by whether either could help her keep her children. For enslaved people in or near occupied towns, fear included being sold, punished, separated, recaptured, exploited by military labour, or betrayed after risking escape. Their choices were political, but also immediate, bodily, and often desperate. The town's white neighbours might argue about liberty in church and tavern, while a different freedom was being planned in whispers behind kitchens and stables. The war also exposed differences between those who could leave and those who could not. A wealthy loyalist might remove his family to British-held New York. A patriot with rural kin might send children into the countryside. A merchant might hide goods elsewhere. A poor widow could not easily go anywhere. An enslaved person could not legally choose movement at all without making movement an act of escape. An apprentice was bound to a master. A servant might have wages owed and nowhere else to sleep. Occupation pressed hardest on those with the fewest exits. When we speak of choosing sides, we should remember that some people had room to choose and others had only room to endure. Fear entered business in subtle ways. Customers avoided shops owned by the wrong people. Tradesmen charged different prices depending on trust. A loyalist merchant might have access to goods through British networks but lose patriot customers. A patriot craftsman might be admired by neighbours but watched by officers. A printer, if the town had one, faced particular danger because print could spread allegiance faster than speech. Under occupation, presses might be controlled, closed, used for proclamations, or forced into caution. A printer's silence could be read as cowardice or prudence. A printed handbill could become evidence. Words on paper were harder to deny than words in a tavern. Children absorbed the divisions and simplified them in painful ways. They called names before they understood the histories behind them. Tory, rebel, coward, traitor. King's man, Liberty Boy. They heard adults and turned adult fear into play. One child refused to stand beside another at church because of what his father had said. A girl was told not to visit a friend because that friend's house took officers. Boys stage mock battles that ended in real punches. Children are not born knowing political hatred, but they learn quickly when adults reward it with attention. In an occupied town, children practiced the vocabulary of division before they could grasp its consequences. There were still friendships across lines, and those may be the most interesting relationships of all. Two women who had helped each other through childbirth might continue to exchange food despite political difference. A patriot man might protect a loyalist neighbour from rough treatment because they had been boys together. A loyalist might warn a patriot family of a search because he could not bear to see children harmed. Such acts did happen, and they remind us that political categories never fully consume human obligation. But they were risky. Helping the wrong person could mark you. Mercy itself could become suspicious. The longer occupation lasted, the more people began to sort one another into stories. Stories are easier to carry than uncertainty. He is a loyalist because he always loved rank. She is a patriot because her husband forced her into it. That family will say anything to protect its money. That apprentice cannot be trusted. That widow hears more than she admits. That soldier is decent. That officer is cruel. That servant talks. That child repeats everything. Some of these stories were useful. Some were false. All of them helped people navigate danger by reducing complicated human beings into warnings. War encourages that because subtlety takes energy, and everyone was tired. The real cruelty of an occupied town was that fear could make reasonable people behave badly, and then give them reasons to defend it. A neighbour reported another neighbour because he thought hidden arms would bring punishment on the whole street. A woman refused help to a loyalist family because her own son had suffered in the army. A merchant raised prices because he feared his stock would be seized tomorrow. A father signed an oath because his children needed protection. A committee later punished him because the oath had aided the enemy. Each person could explain himself. Not every explanation was honourable, but many were understandable. That is what makes the history difficult. People are rarely as simple as the labels left behind. And yet there were people who chose clearly despite danger. A patriot who refused to inform even under threat. A loyalist who would not betray a neighbour. A Quaker who would not swear any oath, though both sides despised him for it. A woman who hid a wounded man despite soldiers in town. An enslaved person who guided others toward freedom at risk of punishment. A minister who prayed for the suffering without flattering power. A tavern keeper who quietly prevented drunken men from ruining one another's lives. History often remembers the loudest declarations, but occupied towns were held together, when they were held together at all, by these smaller acts of restraint and courage. By this point in the occupation, the town had become two places at once. On the surface, it still looked like a town. The market opened. The church bell rang. Smoke rose from chimneys. Children carried baskets. Men repaired wheels and shoes. Women washed, cooked, mended, bargained, and warned. Soldiers drilled, drank, slept, and stood guard. But underneath that surface ran another town made of suspicion, loyalty, memory, and fear. Every household had its private account of who had behaved well and who had not. Every street held invisible lines. Every public greeting could hide an accusation. People still borrowed tools, still bought bread, still attended worship, still gave birth, still buried the dead, but all of it happened inside a question that would not go away. When this ends, who will remember what? Because everyone knew, even if no one said it too directly, that occupation would not last forever. No army stays in one town for all time. It might hold for months or years, but eventually orders come, campaigns shift, ships leave, roads open, or another force approaches. The people living under occupation imagined that day constantly and feared it almost as much as they desired it. If the British left, patriots might celebrate, and loyalists might hide. If the British stayed, patriots might be crushed and loyalists might grow bolder. If the Continental Army entered, there would be joy for some, dread for others, and careful explanations from many. The town's future judgment was already forming before the soldiers had even packed their wagons, so the neighbours watched one another through another day. They watched who went to headquarters. They watched who avoided the oath. They watched who sold hay. They watched who whispered after church. They watched who sent children on errands after dark. They watched who seemed hungry and who did not. and somewhere beyond the town, beyond the guarded road and the fields stripped for forage, the larger war was moving again. Orders were being written, supplies were failing, commanders were making decisions that would soon reach the town not as strategy, but as footsteps, wagons, rumours, and finally the strange, uneasy morning when soldiers began preparing to leave. The first sign that the army was leaving was not celebration. Not at first. It was movement before anyone dared name it. A wagon loaded too early. A stack of barrels shifted from a storehouse to the road. Horses harnessed in greater number than usual, officers riding between headquarters and the wharf, or the bridge, or the road out of town, servants carrying trunks, soldiers cleaning equipment with more purpose than yesterday, a guard replaced at an odd hour, a clerk burning papers in a yard, a quartermaster shouting over lists that suddenly mattered very much. People had been listening to occupation for so long that they knew the sound of routine, and this was not routine. Something in the town had changed overnight. The army was preparing to go, but no one trusted the first rumour. No one living in an occupied town trusted any rumour completely, especially a hopeful one. The British had been leaving for weeks, according to some people. The Continental Army had been just beyond the next ridge for months, according to others. Reinforcements had been coming, ships had been delayed, orders had been reversed, commanders had changed their minds. Men at the tavern had sworn they knew the truth and then been wrong by morning. So when the first woman in the market whispered that the troops were packing, another woman said, "We shall see," because that was the safest answer to almost everything. Still, the evidence gathered. The soldiers who had sprawled in doorways now rolled blankets and tied packs. The officer who had burned candles late into the night in someone's best room sent for his baggage. The stable yard filled with horses being prepared for travel. A drummer boy who had beaten the same calls for weeks now stood near a wagon with his drum slung tight, looking smaller than his sound had ever made him seem. The tavern keeper watched men settle accounts badly or not at all. A baker was ordered to produce bread for the march. A woman who had washed linen for officers found herself paid in haste, with money she did not entirely trust. A child saw his soldier take a last look around the yard where he'd slept for a month and asked whether he would come back. No one wanted to answer that. Departure did not erase danger. That is the first mistake we make when we imagine liberation. We picture the occupiers leaving and the town exhaling at once. But an army withdrawing could be as dangerous as an army arriving, only in a different way. Soldiers who had been under discipline for weeks could become careless when the end was near. Supplies that could not be carried might be destroyed. Goods might be seized at the last moment because wagons needed filling. Horses might be taken because the road ahead demanded them. Tools might disappear. Firewood might vanish. A family that had endured quartering without losing much could lose something in the final morning simply because a soldier decided he needed it more. The last hours of occupation were full of urgency, and urgency is not gentle. In houses across the town, families watched their quartered strangers prepare to leave. That alone produced feelings no one knew what to do with. Relief, certainly. Anger, too. Suspicion. Exhaustion. Sometimes even a strange sadness, because human beings are inconveniently human. A soldier who had slept near the hearth for weeks might have been crude, dirty and unwanted, and still become a familiar shape in the room. He may have carved a toy for a child, shared tobacco with the father, helped carry water once during a storm, or simply been quiet enough not to be feared. Another soldier might have stolen, threatened, stared too long at the daughters, and left behind nothing but hatred. An officer might have behaved with polished courtesy while consuming the family's candles, wood, privacy, and patience. When such men pack their things, the household might feel gratitude that they were going, and resentment that they could go so easily, stepping out of a life they had disrupted and carrying no memory of the small injuries they left behind. The rooms had to be reclaimed slowly. A bed could not simply become the family's bed again because the soldier had lifted his pack from it. The bedding had to be shaken, aired, inspected for lice, fleas, stains, tears and smells. The floor had to be swept. Mud had to be scraped away. Ashes had to be removed. Furniture dragged out of place had to be put back. A broken latch had to be noticed. A missing spoon confirmed. A cracked chair blamed on no one because the guilty man was already in the street. If straw had been laid down for sleeping, it had to be carried out. If a sick man had lodged there, the room might be scrubbed with extra fear, especially if fever had been present. The family wanted the house back, but houses do not return to themselves in an instant. They must be cleaned back into belonging. The street outside was a confusion of departure. Wagons creaked under loads. Soldiers cursed at straps and wheels. Officers called for order. Horses resisted. Camp followers gathered bundles. Loyalist civilians who had attached themselves to the army or who no longer felt safe remaining prepared to leave as well. This was one of the saddest and most complicated sights of the day. Not all who left in the wake of the British were soldiers. Some were families who had supported the Crown openly enough that staying felt dangerous. Some were merchants whose fortunes depended on British connections. Some were officials, some were servants, some were enslaved people who had fled to British lines and now faced the uncertain possibility of evacuation, resettlement, military labour, separation, or freedom. Some were people who had nowhere secure on either side. A departing army could carry away not only muskets and barrels, but neighbours. For patriots in the town, this produced a satisfaction that could be sharp enough to frighten even those who felt it. The loyalist who had smiled too confidently at headquarters was loading a cart. The man who had named names to officers was suddenly pale. The family that had entertained British guests with visible pleasure now closed trunks under watching eyes. The temptation to gloat must have been strong. Some gave in, some did not. A woman who had suffered under a loyalist neighbour's reports might stand in her doorway and watch without a word, and the silence might be more cutting than speech. A child might shout something he had heard adults say, and be pulled indoors because revenge, like fear, could be dangerous before authority had fully changed hands. For loyalists who remained, the day was terrifying. They watched the army that had protected them form ranks and move away, and with every wagon that passed, the future grew closer. What would happen when patriot authorities returned? Who had kept records? Who had signed oaths? Who had informed? Who had merely survived but looked too comfortable doing it? A loyalist shopkeeper might begin rehearsing explanations before the soldiers were gone. A loyalist wife might hide letters, burn lists, pack valuables in case flight became necessary. A family that had once looked at British troops as protection now saw those troops leaving them exposed among people who had long memories. This is what civil war does to a town. It makes the end of one danger the beginning of another. Those who had tried to stay neutral were not free of worry either. Neutrality would have to be explained. Why had you sold to the garrison? Why did you not refuse? Why did you take protection papers? Why did you not join the militia? Why did soldiers come to your house and not mine? Why did your cow remain when ours was taken? Why were your children fed? The neutral person often believes that moderation will be recognised later as prudence. Sometimes it is, often it is not. After occupation, people want moral clarity because they have lived too long in confusion. They want names, they want categories, they want someone to say who was loyal and who was not. Neutrality becomes hard to defend when everyone has suffered and suffering wants a target. As the army formed to leave, the town's public places changed meaning once more. The headquarters building, which had been the centre of military power yesterday, became a place people eyed with hungry curiosity. What papers had been left? What damage done? What marks on the floor showed where officers had stood? The tavern, which had held dangerous talk for months, now filled with men claiming they had always known this day would come. The church, if it had been used by the army or watched by it, stood waiting to be purified not always by ritual but by ordinary use. A bell that had rung under occupation might ring again by local hands. Even the marketplace seemed to inhale, though nothing practical had been solved. Food was still scarce. Prices were still unstable. The road still dangerous. But the eyes watching the stalls had changed, and that mattered. The actual leaving could take hours. Armies do not vanish. They assemble, delay, swear, search, forget things, retrieve them, lose animals, adjust loads, wait for orders, and block roads while doing all of it. Townspeople watched from windows, doorways, corners, alleys, and the edges of the square. Some tried not to look too eager. Others made no effort to hide it. The soldiers marched with the weary indifference of men who had left many places before. To them, this town might be one more stop, one more miserable set of quarters, one more civilian population that disliked them. To the people watching, each file of men passing down the road represented a piece of weight being lifted from the town's chest, and then came the rear guard. This mattered. People knew not to move too soon. The last soldiers could be the most watchful. A town that celebrated before the rearguard passed might invite punishment. So people waited. The final officers, the last wagons, the stragglers, the last mounted men, the last glint of bayonet beyond the bend. Only when the road truly began to empty did the town understand that something had ended. There may have been cheering. In some places, certainly. Bells might have rung. People might have come into the street openly for the first time in months. A hidden flag might appear. A song suppressed for weeks might be sung too loudly. Children might run where they had been forbidden to run. Men might clasp hands, slap shoulders, shout news that everyone already knew. Women might cry from relief and exhaustion rather than joy alone. But the cheering, if it came, did not belong to everyone. In some windows, faces remained hidden. In some houses, people packed faster. In some rooms, enslaved people listened for what this new change would mean for them, because a change in flags did not automatically bring a change in bondage. In some corners, the poor wondered whether liberation would lower the price of bread by supper, and already knew it would not. The first hours after departure were full of discovery. People entered spaces that had been closed or dangerous. A storehouse might be nearly empty, a church might be damaged, a yard might be fouled, a well might need cleaning, a barn might have no hay left, fence rails might have been burned for firewood, trees cut, gardens trampled, orchards stripped, tools missing, windows broken, doors scarred, floors stained. If soldiers had occupied a building for any length of time, the building bore witness in ways no proclamation could soften. Townspeople walked through and counted loss with their eyes. Counting became one of the great tasks after occupation. Not the grand counting of dead and campaigns, but the household counting. How many blankets remain? How much meal? Which spoons? Which tools? Did the cow survive? Is the horse gone? How many fence rails were burned? How many days of wood are left? How many candles? What did the officer promise to pay? Where is the receipt? Does the receipt name the correct amount? Is the paper even worth keeping? A man might unfold a military receipt carefully, smooth it on the table, and feel anger rise at the neatness of the writing. So much taken, so calmly recorded, so uncertain ever to be repaid. Women counted differently, though often more accurately. They knew the missing linen because they had washed it. They knew the torn blanket because they had mended it twice before. They knew the cupboard's emptiness by habit. They knew how many meals had been lost when a barrel was opened. They knew the labour hidden inside every damaged object. A table scratched by a soldier's buckle was not only a table scratched. It was one more repair added to a life already overloaded. The official record might say troops evacuated the town on such a date. The woman of the house knew that after evacuation she spent 3 days boiling, scrubbing, shaking, airing, sweeping, washing, and trying to make the room stop smelling of strangers. News of approaching patriot forces or local militia brought another wave of tension. Those who had longed for them now had to prepare to receive them. That meant food again, quarters again perhaps, questions again. An army arriving as liberator still needed bread, forage, shelter, and information. Local patriot authorities might return with lists. Who had aided the British? Who had taken protection? Who had sold supplies? Who had guided patrols? Who had profited? The town that had watched British power leave now faced American power entering. For many, this was welcome. For others, it was judgment. There is a scene worth imagining carefully. A patriot officer or committee man sits at a table in the same town where British officers had sat not long before. Men come forward to explain themselves. One says he signed only under force. Another says he never gave information. Another says he sold goods because soldiers would have taken them otherwise. Another produces a receipt as evidence that he was compelled. Another accuses a neighbour. Another denies an accusation. Another cannot come because he left with the British. Women send statements through male relatives or appear where allowed, trying to protect property, husbands, sons, or reputations. The paperwork of occupation is replaced by the paperwork of reckoning. This reckoning was not always fair. Sometimes communities showed restraint. Sometimes they did not. Some loyalists were fined, banished, imprisoned, or had property confiscated. Some escaped serious punishment because they were useful, well-connected, not too extreme, or protected by neighbours who still remembered older bonds. Some suffered socially more than legally. A person could avoid court and still lose customers, friends, marriages, standing, and peace. The town after occupation had to decide how much vengeance it could afford. Too little, and collaborators seemed rewarded. Too much, and the community tore itself further apart. There was no simple balance. For families whose loved ones returned with patriot forces, the day could bring overwhelming relief. A son thought absent beyond reach walks into the yard thinner than before. A husband returns in a worn coat smelling of camp, looking older than his wife expected. A brother arrives with news of someone who will not return. Children who had rehearsed bravery collapse into clinging. The returning men may find their homes changed, rooms damaged, supplies low, children taller, wives hardened by responsibilities no one had fully recognised. A man who imagined he was returning to rescue his household might discover that the household had survived by labour he did not see and decisions he did not make. Reunion could be joyful and awkward at the same time. For those whose loved ones did not return, liberation had a hollow centre. A town could ring bells while a mother still had no word from her son. A wife could watch soldiers leave and feel no victory because her husband had died in a prison, a camp, a skirmish, or a fever far away. A child could see other fathers returning and understand absence more sharply. Public joy often exposes private grief. In an occupied town, almost every household had carried some private fear through the months. When the army left, some fears ended, others were confirmed. The enslaved and free black residents of the town faced one of the most uncertain transitions. If British forces had offered protection or freedom to those who escaped rebel owners, some people may have left with them or tried to. Others may have been prevented, recaptured, separated, or forced to remain. For enslaved people in patriot households, the departure of the British might close one possible path while restoring the authority of owners who spoke of independence for themselves. In places evacuated by the British near the end of the war, thousands of black loyalists and formerly enslaved people departed for uncertain futures in Nova Scotia, Britain, the Caribbean, or elsewhere. But in many towns, the aftermath was local, immediate, and painful. Who had tried to leave? Who had been accused of planning it? Who had helped? Who had informed? The language of liberty filling the streets after occupation could sound very different depending on where a person stood. Children experienced the day in fragments. They remembered the wagons, the flags, the dust, the shouting, the sudden permission to run farther than before. They remembered adults crying in ways that seemed strange because the children thought good news should make people happy simply. They remembered searching rooms after soldiers left, finding a button, a scrap of cloth, a broken pipe stem, a cartridge paper, a lost buckle, some small object that made the occupation tangible enough to hold. A boy might keep such a thing for years. A girl might throw it into the fire because she hated the memory of the men who had slept in her house. Children make museums and bonfires with equal seriousness. The town's physical recovery took time. Markets did not immediately return to old abundance. Farmers outside town might have lost animals, wagons, seed, tools, or confidence. Roads might be damaged. Bridges needed repair. Mills might have been used or neglected. Trade networks remained disrupted. Money still uncertain. Public buildings required cleaning. The poor remained poor. Widows remained widows. Debts did not vanish. A family that had spent stored food during occupation could not replace it with celebration. A barrel emptied by soldiers stayed empty until someone filled it. If planting had been missed or harvest damaged, the consequences stretched into winter. Liberation changed authority before it changed supply. Emotionally, the town repaired even more slowly. Neighbours who had avoided one another now had to decide whether to speak. Old friendships approached one another carefully, like animals after a storm. A woman might cross the street to greet someone she had not visited in months and find the greeting accepted, cold, or refused. Men who had accused each other indirectly now met at the blacksmith's or church door. Children repeated the divisions unless adults worked to soften them, and adults often had little softness left. The town wanted to be whole because towns need cooperation to function. But wanting wholeness and trusting it are not the same. Church services after departure could be powerful and difficult. Prayers of thanksgiving, prayers for peace, prayers for the dead, prayers for rulers now named differently depending on the community. A minister who had trimmed his words under occupation might now speak more plainly, or defend his caution, or face criticism for not having been bold enough. Congregants who had avoided church might return. Others might stay away because the pews now felt hostile. The church bell might ring in celebration, but beneath the sound lay the memory of every Sunday when people had watched one another's mouths during prayer. The tavern, of course, grew louder. Men who had whispered now declared. Some who had been cautious now remembered themselves as brave. Some who had been brave were too tired to correct them. Stories formed quickly. The occupation became narrative before the mud had dried. Who had stood firm, who had bent, who had suffered, who had profited, who had helped prisoners, who had hidden goods, who had warned the town, who had smiled at officers. The tavern shaped memory with every cup. A story repeated 3 times could become local truth by the end of the week, and yet the official history that later generations learned would not capture most of this. It would record that a town was occupied, that troops withdrew, that military control changed hands, that a campaign moved on. It might name commanders, dates, regiments, routes, casualties. It would rarely name the woman who spent the next morning scrubbing a room until her hands cracked. It would not name the child who stopped singing after a soldier threatened him. It would not name the loyalist girl who left with her family and never saw the town again. It would not name the enslaved man who listened to the departing wagons and understood that his chance had passed, or the woman who took that chance and disappeared into the moving army with a child in her arms. It would not name the tavern keeper who kept 3 men from saying words that might have hanged them. It would not name the neighbour who warned a family of a search, despite standing on the opposite side of politics. The real aftermath of occupation lived in people too ordinary for monuments. By evening on the day the army left, the town sounded different. Not quiet exactly. There was too much cleaning, talking, repairing, accusing, celebrating, and worrying for quiet. But the military layer had thinned. No regular drum at the same corner, no sentry challenge outside the same public building, no officers' boots crossing the borrowed floor, no strange men laughing in the back room. Families sat down to supper in rooms that were still disordered but felt more their own than they had yesterday. The meal might still be poor. The table might still be missing a spoon. The children might still be warned not to repeat what adults said, because now there were new dangers. But the absence of strangers inside the house had its own weight, almost like the presence of a new piece of furniture no one could see. A mother might notice, while stirring a thin pot, that she is listening for footsteps that no longer come. That is how occupation remains in the body. The danger changes before the habit does. A father might pause before saying a political name aloud, then say it and feel foolish for whispering. A child might ask whether he may go to the well alone tomorrow. No one answers quickly. The family has more freedom than before, but freedom has to be relearned in small permissions. The street after dark would not become innocent overnight. People still watched. Some doors stayed closed. Some houses stood empty because their owners had gone. Some windows were broken. Some relationships had shifted beyond easy repair. But the night no longer belonged in the same way to the occupying army. The town could begin to hear its older sounds again. A familiar dog, a neighbour's cough, a cart that belonged to someone known, the church bell in local hands, the tavern loud with local arguments, the wind around the same corners, the ordinary noises of a town damaged but still living. That is what remained behind when the army left. Not just ruins, though there could be damage. Not just joy, though there could be joy. What remained was a town full of people who had learned too much about one another. They had learned who was generous under pressure, who was cruel, who was frightened, who was clever, who was hungry enough to compromise, who could keep silent, who could not, who treated servants badly when no one watched, who warned neighbours despite politics, who profited from scarcity, who lost everything quietly, who took an oath, who refused, who lied, who survived. Occupation made private character public in ways no one could entirely undo. And if you walk away with one image from this town, let it not be the flag changing over a public building, though that mattered. Let it be a smaller image. A family standing in a room after the soldiers have gone, looking at the space as if seeing it for the first time. The hearth is still there, the table is still there, the wall peg, the chest, the stool, the bedding, the marks on the floor. The house has been returned, but not unchanged. Outside, the road where the soldiers marched in is the same road they marched out on. The dust settles, the town breathes. Someone starts sweeping, someone starts counting, someone starts remembering. And in that ordinary work after the great movement has passed, history becomes what it usually is for most people. Not a painting of victory, but the long, tired labour of putting a life back together after strangers have carried the war through the front door.